Hold on. All right, there. Now the YouTube is started. How's it going, everybody? I have I've I'm still not used to streaming in two places, but yeah, I have the YouTube going so that I can record it. Um, I can record my stream. But yeah, hope you're doing well. Yay, T. Shauna, how's it going? Hello. Hope you're doing well. There we go. There I am. I have a face now. Let's turn on. Let's move that. There. Yay, tea. Yeah. I need a good cup of tea while streaming. It keeps me going. But I kind of forgot to start my water earlier, so it's heating up at the moment. So you may hear some noise in the background while it starts to do its thing. But yeah, how's everyone doing? My goal for so it's raining outside. I don't have my windows open, so you guys can't see, but it's very rainy. So I'm gonna paint some sunny scenes with the sunlight, you know, poking through or whatever. I feel like it's a good day to paint sun. Uh, we'll see how that goes though. So yeah, um, I'm just gonna start. I don't really have any updates. There's no big news announcement things. Shanna says, "Doing well, thanks. Same to you. Nice. Hope everybody's having a good Monday. Also, if anybody's did any art over the weekend, I'd love to see. I always like seeing what people are up to. But yeah, my plan for today is definitely gonna be, um, whatever I paint, I want to play around with, you know, light, having direct sunlight. We were talking, or when was it? I think it was yesterday. I think it was Sunday. We were talking about, I kind of forgot what we were talking about, but I remember the topic of variety of stuff came up. Oh, style. No, what was it? I forgot what the topic was. But anyway, it just made me think again about having a variety of things. You know, if you're going to have like a material, light it multiple ways. You can show the same thing in, you know, backlit, front lit, and, you know, half lit in the back or something. That way you have like, just it adds a variety. It makes things more interesting. Oh yeah, we were watching a video by J Tuff Design, and it was about, I think his was about stylizing stuff. So like pushing architectural designs and like, you know, instead of having lines that are straight, you know, like if you're gonna draw a box, like you know, that or something, you would instead you know, curve those lines. So you might have something like this, you know, so that way you're pinching, you're curving, and that way you still have this, you know, well, this isn't the same perspective. Yeah. So you would like push things, right? And I was thinking, like, okay, this is basically just, um, this is not the same box, by the way. But this is like, there's a lot of like, you're playing with the rules of art, right? So like, you have, you know, perspective. Perspective's not change. Well, in this case, it is changing, but it's still consistent within this box. You're doing curved lines in perspective instead of straight lines, right? Or if you're gonna do something, and I feel like this kind of applies to everything in art, where you there's lots of ways to show things, and you're just using, you know, or instead of showing, you know, boxes that are all in the same direction and orientation, what if you start rotating them, right? That makes things more interesting to rotate the boxes. Um, you know, if you're gonna have things on top of each other, maybe they're, you know, like staggered and rotated and you know, like leaning at different angles, and like that kind of thing just makes it more interesting. And to me, it's more of a case of variety, right? You're taking more than one way of showing perspective, more than one way of showing an object. It's the same object, you know, a stack of books, but now you're rotating them and pushing them and doing things, and it just makes it more interesting, I feel like. That's my takeaway anyway. But I think you can apply that to pretty much anything, and that's kind of I don't know. That's been a thing that I've rambled about a lot in the past with like lighting or composition, where you don't have to just have. I mean, it's kind of even things like having things in multiple numbers, right? You don't just want one of something, but you also want a variety of, don't draw everything the same size. Vary it, some tall, medium, some medium, large, small, different shapes and sizes, and like I just find it makes, I don't know. I mean, what's that saying? Variety is the spice of life or something. Maybe I don't think I made that up. Pretty sure that's a saying. But yeah, anyway, that's how I'm feeling today. I'm gonna try to just do a lot of different stuff with lighting. I'm gonna try to include all sorts of things in my paintings, and yeah, see how it goes. So like maybe, for example, we have some light coming in from some spot back here, but maybe back here there's something that's fully in light or partly in light, I don't know. And then maybe there's some stuff back here that, for example, if this was all in light, maybe we'd have some stuff up here that is actually being silhouette by the light. So we have, pure light in we have light shapes silhouetted against dark shapes in the background. We have dark shapes silhouetted against light shapes in the midground. And then in the foreground, we have lots of shapes that are halfway in shadow, halfway in light, right? That way there's just like a variety there. I don't know. That's something that I want to try to do today. I just think it makes it more interesting. I also think it's a good exercise for like my brain, so that I get in the habit of painting things and compositions in a more varied way, rather than being like, I'm gonna set up every painting the same and do, horizon line here, and there's always gonna be a road going into the middle. I feel like trying to. What's a good example? I was gonna say flex, not flex. That's not the word I was looking for. But you're exercising all the ways of applying a skill, right? So, like if you're using perspective, you're not just applying it in the same way. You're exercising that muscle in all the muscles that in the body. Like you're using your body to do those weird motions that you never do, and so you're training those weird long forgotten muscles. That's kind of what I'm trying to do today. Train the stuff that I don't use. So yeah, okay. I think my tea water is hot. It is boiling. Let's go. I'm gonna go pour some tea, and then I'll be right back. And then first I'll read Fopu's what they said though. Fopu said, today I practiced some head following, a book by Andrew Loomis. Ooh, nice. The challenging part of anatomy for me is how it fits into space, like planes that curve. Yeah, that is the hardest part, I think, as well. Me exercise brain good. Sir Ibram, thank you so much for the sub. 5 months. Thank you so much. You're very generous. I appreciate it. That means a lot. But yeah, Fopu, I think that I totally agree with you. I think that's the hardest part of, I mean, I'm not like an anatomy person. I don't have, my anatomy is not my strong suit, but even with my basic understanding of anatomy, and for how much I talk about perspective and all that, I still find the hardest part of drawing figures and sort of like taking what I see in a reference and interpolating it, is that the right word? Onto like my image or my painting that might be a slightly different, it may not be a perfect reference, so I have to like understand it, break it down, and then reapply it. I find that perspective is the hardest thing for that, if I'm trying to, like you said, with the plane of the face, if I'm trying to rotate that head a little bit, that plane, the shape it makes changes because it's now in perspective in a different orientation, and trying to like keep all my guidelines and stuff. Like I do think perspective is the culprit so often, especially when people blame it on anatomy. Like, oh, anatomy's so hard. It's like, well, I mean, it is, but it's more that the forms are super complex, and then now you're drawing super complex forms in perspective. Like, you're gonna screw it up because people aren't super precise when they draw forms typically in perspective, Like, I'm not. When I mean, you saw me try to draw a box earlier and rotate it. They didn't look like the same size box. That's because I struggle to keep, things perfect when I start moving them. It's hard. So yeah, anyway, that's my hot take of the day. That I think oftentimes perspective is the issue when people blame anatomy. And it's always nice to see, it's always nice to see my opinion being echoed back to me. And like, yeah, maybe I'm not completely alone in this idea. Guess you can consider yourself an influencer now. Nah, I'm an influencer because I influenced you to get a cup of tea. Amazing. Okay, now all this talk. Okay, now I'm gonna go grab my tea. I will be back in just a moment. Back in a jiff. It won't be long though. Okie dokie. I am almost back. Sitting down, narrating my movements. Okay, I'm now sat. Oh, my headphones are all tangled. Let's bring back the camera. Alright, my headphones are all tangled. I don't know how that happens. They like get into knots and stuff. Oh dear. Okay. That will... They're still not totally untangled. I swear their natural state of being is to be in a knot. And alright, there we go. I am back. What flavor are we? We are now tea gang. The flavor here, I even have a command for it. Exclamation mark tools. Earl Grey is the answer. Always. No, not always actually. I vary it, but mostly it's Earl Grey. That is my tea of choice, although really any black tea. Any tea, yeah, basically black tea, whether it has a little bit of citrusy stuff, so, Earl Grey, Lady Grey, that kind of thing. But really also just like plain black tea or English breakfast, that kind of stuff. Your mom made tea for me, and I would have to guess or pay close attention to the tea to know what flavor it is. Yeah, I mean, I pretty much just lump all teas into two types: black teas and herbal teas. I don't know if that's a very good classification, but to me, it's just like herbal teas can come in tons of flavors, and they're obviously very different from one another. Whereas like to me, black teas are all kind of like the same but they're still going to be like black tea with a little bit of something in it and different blends. And I don't know. I'm not too picky about my tea, to be honest, despite drinking a boatload of it. That's nice of your mom. Yeah, making tea for you. I will say, even though I'm not particular about my tea, I drink tea with a little bit of milk in it. And for some reason, I don't know if this is like me being American and nobody around me seems to drink tea that much. Like, I'm the only one I know who frequently drinks tea. Some people will have tea on hand because it's just like, they like to have a variety of beverages and they can stick tea in their cupboard and it'll last forever. But I don't know that many. I don't think I know anyone who, like, daily, like, I will drink multiple cups of tea a day. Like, many, probably like 4 cups of tea a day or something. It's not I don't think it's a ton, but it's still a lot of tea compared to a lot of people in it where I'm from. Everybody just is a coffee drinker or they don't drink anything like that. But anyway, what was I saying? Oh yeah, so for I never really prefer to have people make me tea. I would be like, it's so English. Is it? See, I don't. I think I learned from a roommate of mine who is very English. The spot of milk, yes, a spot of milk. I don't call it a spot of milk, but I could see it being that. Um, but yeah, so I wouldn't have anybody make me tea because I feel like even though I'm not very particular, everybody looks at me like I'm an alien when I say I drink tea with a little bit of milk, right? Um, it's just weird to even say it out loud in front of people who aren't tea people. I don't know. It's just so yeah. I'm like I'll make it myself. I don't know. It's just that way I don't have to have looks or something. I don't know. It's all right. Let's get some nice blue sky in here. Let's do a blue sky like this. I'm starting my canvases kind of gray today, because I think it's gonna make it easier for me to add some of that sunny vibe. Like I think it's gonna make it easier to add the sun if I'm painting on something that's already quite dark. So yeah. Let's see. Shauna says, I mean a better classification than the taxonomy of fish or something very prissy taxonomy academics. Prissy taxonomy academics to be believed. Wait, I missed something. Oh, do you mean because like I mean I think taxonomy in general, right, is super confusing because like in a isn't there that meme that like species don't exist? Like in a sense is like where we define one thing another oftentimes it's not consistent how we break things apart taxonomically. That's not probably the right word. But like it's really hard to draw those clean lines because in reality it's not, right? Everything is a descendant of the thing that came before it, like, and it's just like it, at some point it's a gradient essentially, and you draw lines in random spots based on random features, but those features change depending on what it is you're actually trying to classify. Like it's super messy. So yeah, I it's never easy to lump complex things into simple groups. It's not that easy. So yeah. Anyway, I don't know if that's what you're talking about in terms of the taxonomy academics. I don't quite know what you're talking about, but that might be something like that. Oh, 5-minute thumbnail. Go quick. Okay. You like tea, but you never drink it. It's fair. I feel that way about a lot of things. Like there's lots of things like, oh my gosh, I love this, but it's like, well, why don't you eat it more? Why don't you drink it more? I don't know. It's like I just forget it exists. Have I ever used lines in my landscape drawing? Oh yeah, all the time, even on stream. You mean like starting with lines, like a very draw line sketching everything? Uh, like I'll do that. Like if I'm drawing something. Typically, I'll do it very loose though, and I'll just get like the general gist of something, if that makes sense. Yeah, yeah. I don't typically do what I would consider line art, but especially if I'm doing anything related to um, architecture, right? Once I'm getting into architecture and doing stuff where there's some level of this doesn't look right, where there's some level of perspective and I want to make the lines make sense, or I want things to make sense. Uh I will oftentimes start sketching stuff, but typically I'm not very precise. I don't really care if it looks good. I'm just kind of blocking in shapes and forms. Oh, but this is exceedingly bad. Gosh, I feel like I'm losing it today when it comes to trying to draw lines. But yeah, I do sometimes start with lines, not very often. More so if I know exactly what I'm drawing and I'm trying to construct it up. Or like for example, if I'm doing a study and I'm trying to break down architecture, it makes sense for me to deconstruct it in lines. Because that's just simpler. But in terms of actually constructing my own images, like I don't know, it kind of depends on what I'm doing. But in general, the more architecture and the more construction I need to do to like actually make something clear and readable, the more lines I'll do. I still oftentimes will prefer to block out big shapes, and then I will, like, for example, let's say I do something like this, and I will get to the 5-minute thumbnail in just a moment. So let's say I do a drawing that looks kind of like this, right? I'm gonna put a little bit of shape like that. Maybe there's some shape like this. And let's pretend this middle shape right here is gonna be architecture, right? Let's pretend there's gonna be a building here. You know, maybe the building has a roof. Oftentimes what I'll do is I'll block out some very simple, you know, maybe this is the silhouette of the thing that I'm gonna draw. And then from here, what I'll start doing is I'll start sketching out like lines. I'll be like, okay, well, here's this. Maybe these are, you know, some pillars. Maybe there's, you know, like there's the underside of something, and then this thing. Like just because I'm then trying to use lines to figure out what it might look like. Or maybe I'll do something different, you know, if I just start more simple. Maybe I'll say, okay, here is a shape like this. We're going to have something, in, you know, kind of in perspective. And so maybe down here, we start sketching out the bottom of this layer. And this way I can start figuring out sort of what it is I'm actually drawing. But this is like a combination of line work and not line work, right? Where, you know, maybe I want things coming down here. Maybe I you know, there's some beams or something crossing over. And again, sometimes it's just I'm playing around with shapes. I'm not really trying to make anything in particular. But oftentimes I will use lines for this kind of thing. Because it can be nice to start sketching ideas with lines. But generally speaking, I won't do like all the plants and foliage with lines. I don't think that's necessary. I will mostly do it to sort of try to understand the architecture, and then once I get a certain distance in, I'll just start sketching in this kind of thing because I find it easier almost to correct things and change things with big lines. I don't know. So I typically will do a combination of both, is what I'm saying. So yeah, is that an answer? Sometimes yes, I'll use lines. More so if I know what it is. More so if it's architecture, and then less so if it's organic stuff. Like if I'm gonna make a tree in the foreground, I will almost never draw a tree with lines. Like I just don't find the need to. I find they're easier to make these shapes. You know, if you're making shapes in the background, just to make chunky shapes, to just sketch out the silhouettes. I find that way easier. I also think oftentimes I use things like trees and background elements as sort of a compositional feature. So I like to already be thinking in terms of light and shadow, and you know, where are the big shapes intersecting the other big shapes. So I'm already thinking in terms of values, and so it just makes sense to draw them in value rather than trying to do the line work. I don't know. Line work to me is great for figuring out the nuance, the specifics of design. Yeah, I don't know if that makes sense. Hello, Ultimate Pumpkin Pie. How are you? Stramigo, hello, happy Monday. Okay, so let's do a 5-minute thumbnail real quick. Let's do a 5-minute thumbnail. Oh, also speaking of lines, sometimes also I will use lines in something like this if it's really simple. So this is kind of contradicting myself. If it's very simple, sometimes I will use lines in my work to help like show the contours of things, right? So kind of like I was with the architecture, if I have big, circular trees up here, I might do something like this so that my brain can understand the shape of these things in 3 dimensions. Right? So now that I've already sketched out the shapes, I'm just adding in some of the contours, right? Even things like contour lines like this, where I might just draw something like that to try to help myself understand the 3-dimensional space. That way, when I go to place other things, let's say a character in here, right? That way I can I'm understanding the contours, so it's easier for me to figure out scale. It's easier for me to figure out, sort of the placement of things and make things fit, if that makes sense. It's kind of the same as like drawing a perspective grid, right? If you want to add like I don't know, if you want to draw a box in your scene, sometimes it's nice to just like sketch out your field of whatever, your perspective thing. That way you just have something to work with, Let's go like that, right? That way, yeah, that way you just have a little bit of a grid to work with. You can place objects, if you're going to draw a circle here, you can know that, this circle, like, I don't know, you can kind of just start to understand a little bit of spatial relationships. I just find it a little bit easier to understand what you're working with. I'm not, instead of, I'm not going to go back here and draw a circle like this, right? That's not at all in perspective. And so these 2 circles just don't mesh with each other in the grid. Or if I'm going to draw like a square, it just also, it helps you orient like what you're looking down at, what you're looking up at, right? If I'm going to draw a cube, for example, I know I'm not going to draw a cube like this, right? Right? This is not at all looking, this is like a tilted cube or something. Like I know that I need to be looking at the top of it, right? If I'm looking from above, right? Because we are looking from above because our eyes are clearly somewhere here, so we're looking down at this cube, right? And then I know if I want to draw a cube from above or from below, it's going to be something like that, because at least now I know that we're looking at the bottom, but I know we're not going to be drawing the cube like this, right? This is not how this cube is going to look if it's above the horizon line, because this isn't the horizon line, right? We're not drawing it from there. So sometimes just some simple contours help you start placing other objects in the scene without getting too confused. So it's nice. I don't know. I find that because it is kind of like making illusions, I mean, we are literally just drawing illusions. And if you can't see the illusion ahead of time, or if the illusion's not reading, you oftentimes have to like reason through what the thing's going to be. Whereas once the illusion clicks, you no longer have to reason through what you're going to draw. You can just kind of, I don't want to say see it in the scene, but it's easier to just understand how it should look rather than have to reason through everything, like logic it out. Anyway, okay, my rambling is over. My rambling's over. Hope you're doing well, says Ultimate Pumpkin Pie. I am doing well. It is a very rainy day. I don't think you can see. No, it's, well, no. I have my blinds down behind that anyway. But everything is just rainy and foggy, and you can't see crap. You can hear it though. It's rainy, and yeah, I kind of like rainy weather, but I think it'll be nice to do some sunny stuff today. So that's what I'm gonna do. But first, let's do a quick, speedy thumbnail. This is something I haven't really done on stream in a while. Normally, I just take my sweet time and go with the flow. But we're going to put up a timer for 5 minutes. There we go. There's my 5-minute timer. And the way this works is I basically am just going to try and paint something uninterrupted for 5 minutes. It's not that complicated, really, but we'll see how distracted I get by reading chat. and yeah, so let's I'm gonna let's move this so I can see the timer. There. All right, I'm gonna go. It's counting down now. All right, so I think what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna pick some. I'm gonna go with like a weird warm green, and then I'm gonna go with a very blue gray. Actually, let's go more saturated here. Blue gray, dark blue, something like that. I mean, we already have the blue gray. Maybe we're doing like a ledge of a thing. Oh, I see chat coming in. Let me still. You're getting spring flowers with the rain, or is it still too early? I think it's too early for spring flowers, but maybe. I mean, it's technically spring, so I don't know. I don't know enough about flowers in time of year to actually know if we would get any. I don't know. I'm sure they will contribute to them growing, but I don't think we're quite there yet. No flowers are yet, but birds are back. Yeah, we're starting to get some birds, I think. Yeah. But speaking of flowers, let's draw some flowers. Let's do that. Let's get some grass in here. Greens. Blues. Well, we're going to see how well this goes. We're just going to do a standard, a very simple environment. That's my plan. No, oops. Nothing fancy today. Actually, that's not true. Maybe we will do fancy stuff. Windows background wallpaper here. Maybe we'll get some shapes back here that are in light. Hopefully it doesn't just turn out to look like this all the other environments I paint, but we'll see. This is going to be like some sort of maybe something like this. Maybe there's some something like that maybe. Although I'm not sure I like this composition. Maybe we'll go like this. Maybe we'll no, this'll work. Let's go like that. Move this over. Some sort of path there. Maybe we'll go big shapes over. That way it's like maybe we're looking up through something. I have a minute left. Just kind of sketching. I think what I'm gonna try something here. Actually, let's try something really wacky. I'm gonna make this guy a little grayer and greener. So kind of foggy, I guess. We still have that little slice of light in here. The reason I'm making it greener and grayer is because I want to mess around with some color dodge. And color dodge works a heck of a lot better when you have some value and hue like change that can happen. There. So now we have some value and hue change. We get that warm color coming in. Maybe there's some. Oh, that's not a good brush. Let's go like this. Maybe there's some flowers poking up in here. So maybe we'll get some, I don't know, red flowers, red and orange probably, because I like the colors here. So maybe some oranges. particularly here. And then we'll get some darker, warmer orange. I don't know if this will quite look right, but here's those same oranges. Which is going to be a little darker. And then, yeah, maybe we'll go more orangey here. All right, I see the hydrate. There we go. Is this a 5-minute thumbnail? That works. It's very loose, but I think this one will work for a 5-minute thumbnail. There. Is it up? Yeah, I think time's up. Hold on. I always try to go overtime. A little bit overtime. Hold on. There. I like the where this is going though. I think it has a nice you know, it gets a mood across that I like. So anyway, there's a 5-minute thumbnail. All right. Time is up. Let's turn that off. Oh, not that. Where's countdown timer? There we go. There we go. So nice to listen to the birds this time of year. I was just in Amsterdam 2 weeks back, saw a bit of what you were talking about, but it's still too early at the time for all the tulips. Yeah, I don't think I've seen any flowers yet. Although, to be honest, I could probably walk... Oh, no, I don't know. Would I notice if I walked by flowers? I feel like sometimes I'm so tunnel visioned and just like me doing my day-to-day stuff, I don't stop to smell the roses, or in this case the tulips, or even stop to notice them. Like sometimes I've mentioned this before, but like I can walk by like the same building or the same store every day for a year and still not know what it's called. Like it's never crossed my mind to like, oh, I wonder what's in there, you know? Like for some reason I'm not, when it comes to like random things, like I don't want to say I'm not curious because I am, but just not about certain things. Like I'm very selective, right? It's almost like I'm tunnel visioned in a little bit, where if something piques my interest, I will learn all about it. But if it doesn't, I won't even recognize that it's there hardly. And so it's very, yeah, I don't know. So I'm not sure if I would even notice that if there's a flower unless I'm looking for it. And then if I do, I'd probably start seeing them everywhere. But I don't think we have flowers yet this time of year, but I could be mistaken. All right, thank you for the hydrate command. My tea is still slightly too hot to properly drink, but it's manageable in small amounts. Okay. But yeah, so there's that 5-minute thumbnail. Let's do another one. This one I want to do, again, I want to do a little bit more architecture or something. Actually, let's keep working on this one. I think we can get some nice lighting in here. What tea am I drinking? Earl Grey tea. Earl Grey. With a little bit of milk. Also, hi, Juicy Joaz. Hope you're doing well. Let's get some nice grays in here. Some nice lights. I think... Oh, we were talking about recently, we were in my Discord, a lot of talk about ambient light, all the types of ambient light, so like bounce light, atmospheric light, if that's what you want to call it. Basically, you need like soft ambient lights, you know, from the sky or whatever. But also just like bounce light. And this is an example where like I'm taking my scene, and even though I paint with like a dark blue, or in this case a literal gray, I'm just painting, I'm lightening that gray up to treat it as if there's a little bit of extra light coming in the scene. In this case, it's going to be skylight, so I'm making it a little bit blue, but there will be places like on the wall. I know that the sky is not going to reach into here as well, right? Because, so this, technically, this area should be more blue, and this will be less blue, or you could even think of it as warmer, right? So any light that hits this area is probably going to be warmer. Any light that hits here is going to be cooler, even though they're still decidedly in the shadow, right? And that's something that can really give your scene a bit of like life. It can make it feel warm by getting that, you know, very soft bounce light into your scene, so that, like, you know, this part's warm, this part's warm. You know, you still have your direct light down here. Maybe a little bit of light there or something. But anyway, that's a thing that we've been talking about a little bit, and just trying to make things look. Also, I realized I left my arrows here. Oops. And of course, you know, you can make them really warm in the shadows if you want. I don't typically go super warm in the shadows. I like, especially in environment, I typically start out with everything being cool, and then I'll add a warmth as I need or as I want. Let's put some lighting. What if there are lights coming in from this direction? But what if it's like that? Maybe there's some branches or something here. Maybe there's some lighting over here as well. Maybe some light over here. I'm just imagining there's something blocking this. It's just casting these shadows, and maybe some trees. Something like that. There. And then up here, maybe, is there light from up there? We could maybe put some light up here. That could be kind of neat. Something like that. I feel like that's not bad. There. And then maybe on this side we put it like a dark entrance way over here. I don't normally, this is I'm already breaking a compositional rule that I typically do, which is putting the entryways on the side of an image. But the reason I'm gonna do this is because I'm gonna put a path here, and I feel like, well, maybe I do. Maybe I want the door to be here. We could do this, right? We could do something like that, which again, almost objectively, it makes it more interesting, I think. Maybe we do. Maybe we just do the obvious thing. Let's do that. I was gonna be like, let's be different for different sake, but I can't justify it. I think it just makes more sense to put the door here. That way we can start playing with silhouette a little bit. Oop, that's a tangent. Let's go like that. Maybe there's a person in here. Half in light. Just standing in here. Just coming out of the door. Maybe not. Maybe not that. But then there will still be some light in here, right? Like, we're gonna have some hints of light in here. Maybe a little. It's gonna be much darker, but there we have it. There. I saw someone drawing on Kara recently where the artist had used a reddish ink, and it made the shadows look very interesting. It felt like the shadows were hot. No little guy in the door. I don't. I mean, we can put a little guy in the door, but maybe we'll do it more as like a placeholder character or something. I think in this stage we can. Thought you said instant light. No, I don't think I said that. Maybe I did. It's not what I meant if I said that. They look very interesting. Oh, with red shadows. Yeah, that's really common for especially. And well, one of the things about lines that, especially when I draw in lines, I oftentimes accidentally leave them in my image. Right, so I'll have like a line here, and even though when I paint up to the edge, I'll do something like this, and then that my lines will stay there. And these lines oftentimes are on the corners, the edges, and they can almost represent like occlusion shadows, right? Or ambient occlusion. And so it oftentimes is the darkest, deepest shadows in your painting, which warm light is oftentimes the only, if they have any color other than black, oftentimes it is warm, right? Because by the time the light gets to it, it's this like bounce light from the sun, right? And it's oftentimes very warm. You typically don't get a lot of skylight, for example, making its way. It's not strong enough to be bouncing into the nooks and crannies, right? Like any light that's getting up here is from the sun, right? You do get some skylight down here, of course, but even when it's not reaching in there, you oftentimes still get a little bit of that warmer light. So yeah, a lot of people will treat their line work as like, you know, there's sort of that recognition that it's going to be those deep dark shadows, right? Like the crease in the fabric, you know, of your shirt. You're gonna have those dark creases, and that's oftentimes that's gonna feel a little warmer because it's again it's an occluded area. And so yeah, making it like a dark red or dark purple, that's quite common, and it looks really good. I know a lot of people, what they'll do, especially with character art, they'll set their line art to a certain layer, and then when they're done, not when they're done, but at some point, once they start painting, they will take, say, like red, and they'll paint over their line art layer everywhere that line art would be warm. And then maybe if there's a spot, let's say in the shadows or something that they want, they might even go and paint blue in certain spots on over their line art so that they're filling in these deep dark shadows with like, you know, like a red. So there's a little bit of red in here, but it's like a dark red, right? It might be something like this. And that way you fill in all of these spots. Now, obviously I can't do that because I don't have a line art layer. But it can look really nice and add a little bit of warmth to the scene, right? Instead of having a dark line here, it's just a little bit of a warmer line. And yeah, it can really add some vibrancy and life to the painting. Well, it's not that the light hitting. Oh, you mean in here? Well, I mean, you don't have much light hitting here at all, right? Which is why it's a shadow. But because it's, you know, skylight will shine down on the whole thing, this will be blue, right? This is blue. But this is going to be less blue because again, it's not facing the sky. You literally have this thing shadowing this area, right? And so any light hitting here is suddenly going to be, not any light, but there's going to be significantly more warm bounce light from the sun making its way into the shadows. Whereas here, you actually get more skylight hitting that. So this tends to be cooler. Things directly below the sky in the shadow tend to be cooler. And then things like, you know, on verticals where the sky isn't hitting the wall is going to be, if it's lit at all, right? If it's super dark, it might just look black. But generally speaking, you do have light scattering. And so you do get, oftentimes it's quite warm. But yeah, oftentimes occluded areas do look quite warm. So if you have like that dark line between my hands, for example, where it just gets really, really dark, any light that makes it in there is probably going to be from like directional bounce light, right? It's not going to be this super soft, weak light coming in from the sky. So oftentimes it is warmer. Anyway, what program am I using? Oh, I am using Clip Studio Paint. Tools. There we go. Clip Studio Paint. Alrighty. But yeah, and so like even in here, right? If this is gonna be the shadow, this is where like if you're let's paint maybe grass. We can paint some grassy. I don't know what I'm painting. I don't even know what this building is. Maybe there's other buildings back here as well. I'm trying to think, what is this place? Maybe it's some secret location hidden in the swamp. I don't know. I haven't decided what this place is. I feel like I should have. Let's play around with a background shape. The art program of the true pros. Earl Grey tea. Yep. True Pro. I don't know about True Pro, but thank you. Yeah, so I use Clip Studio Paint is my painting program. I have a Wacom Intuos Pro Small, which technically it's not a small, it's a large. I lied. I used to have a small, and then I upgraded to well, I want to say upgrade. Yeah, then I got a Cintiq, and then my Cintiq died, unfortunately. Very tragic death. And then I had to go back to my small as like a temporary, and then I got this tablet gifted to me by somebody who so now I have a large. So I went from basically using my small to my large, and I haven't updated it. How much do you pay for the Earl Grey tool subscription? Ooh. However much it takes. Can't go without it. You've heard it's not worth it unless you get the X version. Really? I don't know. I have the Pro version. I mean, I don't think it really matters. I got the one-time deal, so I've paid for a one-time payment, and so I just haven't been like I don't pay monthly for Clip Studio. I don't want to pay monthly for any art program. Earl Grey Pro. Earl Grey Pro and Earl Grey X. I think the X stuff is mostly for comics and animation. Yeah, I think so too. I think you get if you do a lot of animation and comics, they have really good panel management and stuff, and animation tools that you need or get access to. But yeah, for what I'm doing, I mean, I don't think it's too much different than like Krita, for example. I think you can do just fine with Krita, which is free. So I don't think you need Clip Studio. I don't think the art program, to be honest, matters that much. I'm very solidly in the camp of belief that, you want tools that you're comfortable with, but the technology is so good that the gulf between the worst program and the best program are like not that far apart, right? Back in the day, if you weren't using Wacom and if you weren't using Photoshop, you were basically like at a severe disadvantage, right? MS Paint or Photoshop, take your pick. Nowadays, you have like so many more options that are all like super good, right? They have all the good features that you would possibly need. They have, tons of options for customizing brushes and different, setting up commands and stuff if you want to use fancy stuff. Like, it almost doesn't matter. Like, you could just roll a dice or flip a coin to pick, and you'd be, 99% of the time, whatever you land on is going to be fine. It's, same kind of thing for like, what brushes do you use or all that stuff. Like, they make a difference, but the difference between stuff that's good and bad are so slim. It's not going to like make your art go off to a new level when you get, pay more money for Photoshop. Like, it's not going to make you draw better, So I try not to worry too much about programs. Although I will say, one thing I don't think it's talked about enough is when people are trying to get into digital painting. You know, maybe there's people in here who have never painted. And they'd like, I'd like to paint digitally. I'd like to learn how. The only thing that I think is important when it comes to like a tablet, for example, is making sure it has pressure sensitivity, right? Or if you're using an art program, making sure that it has pressure sensitivity like capabilities. You know, it's kind of a thing I think a lot of artists take for granted. You know, once you have a tablet, you don't need to talk about it much. But being able to draw lightly and then press harder and it gets darker, or in this case, lighter, right? So if I paint very light, it's going to look like that. If I start pressing harder, it gets darker. And this is all one brush. It's just like almost in real life where if you lightly shade, right, it's going to very lightly shade something. But if you press harder, you know, now you're really putting the pencil to the paper, so to speak. And, you know, you can make some really, like, you can shade and stuff, right? And this is something that I think is one of the really the only requirement for digital drawing is, do you have control over your pressure? That, because I feel like that's the, you know, if you don't have that, I do think getting it will allow you to do better work, right? It's just an extra, you know. So that's really the main thing. But again, any Wacom, any Huion, there's so many brands out there. They will all give you that. That's just normal, you know. Chaos Kitsune says, I have Photoshop and Illustrator, but I am also being taught graphic designing, so I was given money. I didn't have to pay for it. I wasn't sure if there was alternatives for Photoshop. I know people use Affinity. Yeah, so for Photoshop, if we're talking about, I mean, gosh, I don't know enough about the I don't know enough about the graphic design world to know. If we're talking painting though, drawing, painting, that kind of thing, more like art type stuff, there's definitely alternatives. But once you start talking about like photo editing and you're you know, doing a lot of, you know, basically work you could do with your mouse, right? Where you're a lot of clicking, dragging, you know, maybe you big, you know, rough selections with like the lasso tool or the magic wand tool and stuff, and you're going up into your settings and you're changing, like, you know, color adjusting and stuff. That's Photoshop, I'm pretty sure, is still the goat at that. It's pretty much the, as far as I'm aware of, it's the best at doing that. Again, these tools still exist in other programs, but I think Photoshop is probably still the best at photo editing, as far as I know. But yeah, if we're just talking about painting, Photoshop I don't even think is necessarily the best at all. I'm actually not sure what it does objectively better than other programs for painting. Like, it can do a lot, and it's nice to have everything all in one place, but, you know, I think a lot of these other programs give it a run for its money, so yeah. But you know, again, if you also do graphic design though, you're probably using like Adobe Illustrator, your the whole Adobe suite of products. Like, I do think it's hard to get away from Adobe when you're in certain professions. I don't, again, I'm not in those, so I don't really know specifically, but I kind of could see that being a thing. But I know there are a lot of people trying to get away from Adobe products because they just haven't liked the direction Adobe's going. You know, a lot of like integrating AI into the tools. And so people have been there's been a lot of people sort of protesting and being like, hey, I'm no longer going to be paying for your product. I will go find alternatives. You know, it's overpriced. They don't seem to be, you know, really respecting artists, and they seem to be making like art products for non-artists or something, you know, where it's like anyone can do this thing, but it's like not actually the real thing. And it's sort of like, it feels like a fake it till you make it product, kind of, which is, I feel like, appealing to an entirely different audience than artists. Artists are like, we like art. We want to use tools to help us do art, not tools to replace our process with a different suboptimal thing. Like, I don't know. And so I don't know the whole controversies around Adobe, but I do know a lot of artists have, some of there's been people who work for Adobe who have quit over it, being like, we don't like the direction you're going. So yeah, I don't. Yeah, I also don't have. If I had the income to pay for Adobe, I don't think I would. There's nothing because again, I'm in the painting business, right? Like I don't think Adobe offers anything particular to painters that other programs don't also offer. Like for me, Clip Studio Paint has pretty much everything I want. Maybe there's some animation stuff that I could upgrade. If I had more money, maybe I would fork out more for Clip Studio Paint EX. But as it stands, I don't really even need that. I'm happy with the one-time purchase. I mean, there are when you're just talking if you're talking about painting, there are good alternatives. There's Krita, there's Clip Studio Paint, there's uh, there's a whole bunch. There's Ibis Paint. I think that's a fine one. I don't think there's really any. I don't think there's really any issue with any of those. So yeah, I mean, I think there absolutely are alternatives, and I think anyone who says otherwise is either a just diehard Adobe fan, or they're not actually paying attention to what's out there because I'm pretty sure for a long time now there's been good alternatives, and they've only gotten better, right? The alternatives aren't getting worse. I guess the gulf could get bigger, but I don't think that's the case. So yeah, but yeah, tools are definitely not the thing that I like to focus on. So I'm not super like techie. I don't do like, tech reviews and try everything and have strong opinions. We have a scale issue here. So if this is a doorway and it's in the wall, let's put it up here. Maybe it'll be harder to tell the scale apart. If this is a door, right, we want the door to be like that. That doesn't, the door should be this tall. Oh, you meant for video editing. There's good art. Oh, I know there's good art from. Okay, gotcha. Yeah, I don't. Yeah, I don't know about for video editing or for photo editing. Yeah, I don't know about that. I should ask. Oh, actually, I guess Rowan doesn't really photo edit. Maybe she does. I don't know. Because I know she made a switch from something to something else. She used to use Adobe, and I think now she doesn't. So I could ask. We could ask her if she shows up. Because she's much more in that world than I am. So let's do another wall thing here. Let's do a wall like this. There, that'll work. I like that. It's like a little courtyard or something. It almost looks like a prison, though. It's kind of unflattering, I guess. I don't really know what I'm doing. I'm just having fun. I'm just painting stuff. I heard of Darktable, but never used it. I need to look into more into things. Yeah. I wish I think part of me is also I don't have a very strong computer, and I feel like just trying different programs is and installing more stuff, and I feel like I'm at the point where one of these days my graphics card is just gonna die or something. Like I feel like things are working less and less well with my computer, that like I'm always afraid to like try new things that are potentially putting different amounts of strain on my computer in various ways. So I'm a little bit hesitant to try too many new things. I'm like, oh, just keep doing what I'm doing and hope it holds on. And so I wish I was a little bit more like comfortable trying new things, jumping in, spending, money on new things, trying things out. So part of it's a money issue, I think. And also part of it is, just like, yeah, old tech that, I can't really afford to upgrade. And so I'm not as liberal with trying new things as maybe I would like to be. And yeah, it kind of sucks, but unfortunately, I'm not a very good person to talk about a lot of that stuff because I just not really in that world of constantly trying every program out there. And your boyfriend is in IT and has upgraded most things in my computer. I just don't have money for things. Yeah, yeah. Money, things do cost a lot of money. It's hard. Oh, I like this. A little bit of greenery in here. Put some green in the trees. Yeah, that's a nice little scene. Little bits of green in here. Some silhouettes back there. Some back here. We're really sprucing this up with the green. All the green. I think I was going to put some plants in. Anyway, I like this. I feel like this is a nice vibe of a place. Maybe we get some distinct plants in here. A little bit of an overgrown ruin. Maybe there's some bright yellow greens up here. Little poofy thing. Get the light up here, maybe. Maybe some in here. There. I like this scene. This to me is a nice little scene. Again, I mean, I don't quite know what it is, but it feels sunny. Very sunny. Okay, we've spent way too long on this thumbnail, but I like where it went. I think we could probably have done more with the shape of this tree, though. Maybe something like that. I don't know. I don't know. Okay, let's do another sunny scene. Let's plop in some sunlight. Maybe this one will do like a path or something going into the foreground. Or going into the background. You miss when things were cheap or weren't subscription based because everything now has to have subscription. Yeah, I hate subscription stuff. Yeah, I mean I could go on such a rant on this. It's not even just subscription stuff. It's the slimy like hoping you forget about your subscription where their goal isn't for you to like want to pay every month. It's for you to forget, right? They want to entice you and then have you forget that you even have it, right? And I think that is just like that is not a I just find that to be a slimy business method. Anyone else having a snacky? Nope. No snacking for me. Not on stream, and I don't typically eat on stream or ever really. I still have my tea though, which is not really a snack at all, but it's yeah. But yeah, I think today these sunny paintings are fun. Also, I'm pretty sure it's sunny outside now. I think that it stopped raining and the sun has come out. Everyone is now greedy, but it's also because the cost of living in the last few years have went up and nobody can afford anything. I like your art though. No, thanks. Yeah, I do think that, I mean, cost of living has gone up, and so now people, it's hard to pay. But also a lot of things have gone up unnecessarily fast compared to, like, the profits of companies at like record high. You know, it's just like things, it's not like everyone, you know, it's not like a lot of the big companies are struggling, right? You don't see, like, Netflix isn't hiking up their prices because they're struggling to make ends meet, you know? Like, they're doing it because they can, and they've realized they can, and all these companies have realized they can. And so, like, I get it. Things are some, you know, people have to raise their prices on things if the labor is, they need to meet their cost of living, right? Like small businesses and stuff, of course, they've got to raise their prices, right? They have to pay their rent, which has just gone up. And so I don't even care about the pricing, right? The cost itself is not the issue for me. It's more of, yeah, the structure, the way they market things. Like, okay, just today, so okay, I use Audible, and there's currently is a deal going on with Audible. If you're not, I don't know what the conditions are because they won't tell you. So that's, you know, annoying thing number one is they won't tell you if or why you're not eligible. And I'm pretty sure it's just because I've already been a subscriber in the past, and they know that they can probably get me. They don't need to offer me a deal to get me to pay because I've paid in the past. I'm pretty sure that's why. But again, they won't tell me. But if I go and click, they'll advertise it to me though, even when I'm signed in, and then I'll click it, and it will take me to the checkout page. But at no point, except in tiny little letters, it will say, you are not eligible for this offer. And then they'll try to get me to pay for the full price thing. They don't, like, there's no landing page saying, sorry, this offer doesn't apply. You know, like, you know, like, would you like to subscribe for more offers or something? Like, at least do that, right? Don't just, like, not let me know and just suddenly try to get me to pay for the full price thing when I clearly clicked on an advertisement to pay for the discounted one, right? Like, why are you trying to pull one over on your customers, right? There should be messaging in place that properly lets you know, and you know, you don't have to like bust out a magnifying glass to read the fine print to make sure, oh, turns out I'm actually paying full price. Like, let me know, right? Like, be the forthcoming side, you know, right? They have the info. They can give that to the customer to make the experience better. But of course they wouldn't do that because they're hoping, right, that people click the you know, claim offer when the offer has changed, right? They hope that you subscribe and that you forget. Or like, for example, when you go to unsubscribe, they make me click 4 separate pages, and they're hoping I forget on the third page that there's one more unsubscribe confirmation that I have to click, right? There's just, it's clearly designed without the user's best interest in mind, right? And that's, I just find that really slimy. And it's not just Amazon. Amazon is probably the worst. And some of those tactics are becoming illegal, I think. But I'm pretty sure they still a lot of them still do them to varying degrees. And yeah, I just, it kind of makes me angry. I don't normally get angry about too many things, but that one's up there because I feel like there's so, like, there are some truly amazing services. You know, I would say Amazon's service, in a sense, it's, you know, it's pretty crazy what they can do, but a lot of it is because they take advantage of people, and so they can you know, undercut competitors and all this stuff. I don't know. Like, I remember when back in the day, I was using Spotify. I was using the free version, and I had my playlist. It wasn't automatically shuffled. You could actually organize your playlist like you wanted it to, and you could listen to it in the order that you wanted. If you wanted to listen to a song, you could click the song and it would play. And then all of a sudden one day, shuffle was the default and only feature of your playlist. You could not organize your playlist in the order you wanted it without paying. They took away a functioning feature and said, "Oh, we've decided that people will pay for this. We're going to make them pay now." Right? And instead of adding a new feature, you know, like, there's sort of this idea, like, they're actively making the experience, I don't know, it bugs me. It's Spotify freeze and bear. Yeah, they've made it worse and worse. Like, you had a good, I mean, again, I do pay for Spotify, and I've paid for it for, you know, many years now. And I don't remember quite what the change was. But, like, you know, one of these days I'm expecting them to make what I'm paying for even worse. And then they'll try to get me to upgrade to a newer version. Like, it's that kind of, like, they're not actually trying to make a better product. They're just trying to make more money, right? So instead of trying to make the experience better, they're making it worse so that you pay more. I feel like a Spotify playlist I made now just has tracks of the general genre that it originally was. Yeah, probably. I wouldn't be surprised if you couldn't actually add a specific song to your playlist now, unless you were paying. I don't know what it is, because I do pay for it, but it's just, I know there's a word for it where that you know, companies will make their product worse and worse at, you know, because they're putting they're like, they're essentially, they're like you know, in video game terms, right? They're min maxing their client, they're min maxing the experience with but they're optimizing money, right? They're not optimizing the experience or making a good product. And so, you know, I think oftentimes when you have like a general idea and it's not super optimized, it's just like, oh, this is a nice, pleasant experience. But it's when they start really, like, you know, when the rubber hits the road, or whatever that expression is, right? When the two forces meet of, like, you know, they want more money, but also you want more, the user experience, and they can't go, you know, they can no longer go in both directions. They have to choose one, right? And something gives way, and suddenly it turns to garbage because the user experience is pushed aside, because money is the only way they can make more money is to make it worse, because they've already optimized so much for making money without ruining the experience. At some point they have to start ruining your experience. And it's just like watching products or services that you used to love slowly or even quickly go down the drain because they're just milking it for all it's worth until they drive it to the ground. It's just like, man, it feels like, sorry, this is very ragey and ranty, but it feels like they're making the world a worse place, because it's like, we have all this awesome stuff and they're profiting from it, mind you. Like, it's not like they're going in the negative, but they'd rather ruin it and make, like, culture and the world at large worse, because, you know, by removing a good thing because it makes them a little more money, right? It feels like, and again, I realize companies don't owe their services to anyone. They can do what they want. But it's just always a little bit, I don't know. it's like, I don't know. It'd be like if the national, I mean, maybe this will be a thing someday because I think there was just like a national park in the U.S. Like in the U.S., like our national park system is like a big thing, you know? It's sort of a hallmark, if you will, of the US in some ways. A lot of people recognize the US national park system as an amazing thing, right? You have these huge pieces of beautiful land preserved, and there's wildlife, and there's great, a lot of effort goes into making this like, it's not to make money, right? I mean, yes, they probably do make some, but like really it's more about like it's the good of the sort of like the nation or the world in a sense, right? Like it's just a thing that we can universally recognize that, preserving beautiful stuff in nature is useful, right? We like this as a species. And yet it would be like if we can make more money if we start putting billboards in here. We start putting neon flashing signs everywhere. It's like, okay, you could do that, but like you also realize that you are like maybe at least in the US, like the last remaining these, gorgeous natural landscapes. And I'm pretty sure there would be people who would just destroy it for the sake of making more money. That's to me sad. I hate that. It's like I understand that whoever, if you were a private person, you owned those places, you could make that choice, but I feel like that is morally wrong. Actively taking a thing that you own, even if you own it, and destroying it just for the sake of more money. I don't know. It hurts me. It hurts my soul a little bit. Um, like they are in a position to do great things, right? Like if you hypothetically owned a national park, I know it's the government that does that, but like, but yeah, Disney's probably a good example. When you control such a large part of the market, right? And you are, to me, there's like, I mean, I know it's a Spider-Man quote, but like, with the great responsibility comes great power, or with great power comes great responsibility, right? Like, I know you aren't required by law, but like, if you are leading the market, you should. I mean, I know you can make this argument about a lot of things, like Coca-Cola, for example. At some point, you're making an unhealthy product and you're pushing it to the millions, and like where there's like a moral line, like are you making the world a worse place by focusing your advertising efforts to malnourished people to say screw water, drink our soda, like maybe you are not doing a good thing for the world, right? Like I'm not saying you shouldn't be allowed to. I'm saying it's just sad to me, right? And maybe Coca-Cola is not the greatest example. I mean, I actually like soda. I drink some soda occasionally, but when you are such the biggest person, I feel like there's a lead by example kind of thing, right? Even if you're not a business person, even if you're a politician, when you're in charge and there's people who listen to you and you have the ability to pave the way and do a good thing, right? Do the public act of kindness type thing, and lead by example. It's just really, I don't know, it bugs me a little bit. That's probably the most like, is that political? I don't know if that's a political thing to talk about that I just did, but that's probably the most like, I don't know. I'm not sure what I'm trying to say, but yeah, it just irks me a bit. Siester Ibram, thank you again for the sub. I really appreciate it. Just because you can doesn't mean you should. Yeah. I don't know. I don't want to go into like anti-capitalism rant, but I do feel like it's a culture of, mine, make more money, do whatever you can to get your bag, as they say, and, no shame in earning money, or kind of like that thing. Like as if you're making money for yourself, who gives a crap? Like I don't agree with that. I think a cultural change should happen. where it's like maybe there are other priorities that should be slightly higher than more money. Like, I'm not saying don't try to earn money. Just instead of saying, a night have a nice world and slightly above that to make money, they can still be top priorities, but just reverse them. Say maybe have a nice world is a little bit higher up than make more money. And that's all. Like, you can still be a top priority for you. You can still strive to make as much money as possible. But once you start, like, actively deteriorating things that are already out in the world, I don't know, it bugs me. It Can you tell this bugs me? Surely. Maybe you guys hadn't noticed. It bugs me too. Yeah, I mean, it's just. I'm sorry for making you rant. No, no, I rant all the time. We have a rant counter in here. We rant all the time. I am no stranger to a good rant or a bad rant. Just rants in general, good or bad. You know what? These compositions are not very graphic. And by graphic, I don't mean like obscene. I mean visually striking in a way that looks nice. Or defined, clear separations of light and shadow. That kind of thing. But yeah, I mean, I think to continue my rant a little bit, another extremely good example of this is like, I mean, literally just AI. Not even the output of it, right? The input of it, right? It's like, there is potentially something cool there. But it's like, oh, well, we're just gonna set these awful precedents for, taking whatever's there. If, it reminds me of like when China released their AI, and then the AI for that was like way made for way cheaper with less energy, less money, and just it was basically just way cheaper. And there was American companies who were like annoyed that they had used their data or something. It's like, are you kidding me? Like, you took data without it being given to you, without you having permission to use it, and now you're mad at them for like piggybacking off of your work. Like, really? Like this is like the irony was, somehow lost on them. Like, it's just, I don't know how it would be lost anyway. That was so blatant. And like, if you set a good precedent, I would be all for it. But now it's like you've set precedent of theft being okay, and essentially doing crime being okay, and the stuff that it's making is just slop being pushed everywhere, and it's like Google search can hardly be trusted at some point because it's just garbage and paid ads and literal like hallucinations. And again, I'm not even really hating on the output of AI, but like, it's done in such a sloppy way, no pun intended, or maybe pun intended, that it's just like things are getting worse, right? Google, if you try to search for an image of a horse, like if you type in a happy horse, right? Like a smile, like, I know horses don't really smile, well maybe they do, but if you were to type in like a happy horse and put in an image, I bet you every single result would be garbage AI. Like, you couldn't even find a quality realistic photo that's like, it bothers me because it's like it was once good and now it's worse, right? Image search is worse.
I mean, again, there are some benefits from AI. Like, I'm not going to be completely doomer about it, but there's it's done in such a sloppy, greedily way that like it's making the lives of people who have good ideas worse because if you actually not a good sorry not have a good idea that's not the word I want to use. If you make a good thing, right, if you make something and put it in the world, now there's no certainty that like you are even going to have the rights to like protect it from other big companies swooping in and taking it and claiming it as their own, right? I made this, they can say. And like we're actively setting precedent in a reverse way of like actually protecting innovation and good ideas, or good execution of ideas, I should say. um I don't like that we're going downhill or backwards and downhill on that route, right? So it's yeah, like I again, yeah, I agree with you. Like it's for me the issue isn't the output, right? It's not. I mean, it's almost not even about the slop, right? It's the fact that the slop is created on the back of theft. Like if you're gonna make a garbage product, don't also be harming people in the process. Like just do your thing and leave us alone. But like no. So anyway, again, I don't want to go too much anti AI rant, but it's done in a sloppy way where it's profit above all else, right? We disregard all these established things that we have in place to like make people's lives better, and we just disregard them because who cares about making the world a nice comfortable place for people when we can make a little bit extra money quicker. um just yeah, that it's the same song and dance over and over again. And now I am doing the same song and dance, which is the rants over and over again. Oh, the irony. Or maybe not irony at all. I don't know what I'm saying. Okay, but yeah. Let's do a little bit more painting, and then we will, at some point, we're going to vote. So in about probably 30 minutes, we're going to vote on one of these, and I'll work on one till the end of stream. And let's do like a big temple or something. Yeah, like, can we not make stealing normalized? I respect artists, people that sit down for hours and put out amazing art. I mean, look, I don't even like hypothetically, if AI could do literally exactly what I'm doing, I still think I would draw. If it genuinely could, like, if it like if there was no career in art, I still like the idea of learning how to. I like the skill building behind art, right? I like the communication skills. I like the design stuff. I like the problem solving. I like that with every piece of art I do, when if I go look up a reference, I can learn something from that reference, and I grow as a person for having used resources to solve my problem, right? I have to learn in that process, right? If just the other day, last stream I painted this, right? Just some stairs in like a foresty area. It's pretty dark. I don't know if it is the greatest. It's not the greatest thing I've ever painted. But like I looked up some slate stairs, I think is what I typed in for the reference. And I learned some stuff about how this material looks. Again, did I paint it perfectly? No. It may not even look like I used reference, but like I did learn something about what this material looks like, by just researching it. And so it's not just like a mindless thing like this is nice, right? I would do it even if there was never going to be money involved, because I do like that. I like that process, right? Process is greater than final result. Oh, for sure. I mean, look, the final result is very, you know, appealing. But I mean, and the process is also what, in some ways, I mean, both on like a personal level, you know, that for reasons I just mentioned, right? It's you know, there's personal growth and you learn stuff and you problem solve and you get better at problem solving, and the more you use a certain way of thinking, you get better at that way of thinking, right? And if you do it long enough, you can be like, you know, Kim Jong-gi, who just is like, you know, it looks like a magic trick kind of, how he could just sketch from nothing and just do these amazing drawings in warped perspective and with complex figures with multiple scenes, and it was gorgeous. Like, you only get there by training that certain process in your brain, right? You're exercising those muscles so much that you can do an amazing thing. You'll never get there if you don't actually work at those things, right? But anyway, putting all that aside, if we're also talking about the end result, well, not really the end result, but like the process to get to the end result, we're also just doing different things than AI, right? And I know people are probably tired of me hearing me say this, but one of the things that it was almost like a joke where people would like, remember back, it's probably a couple of years ago now, probably 2023, where there was a whole thing, there's like, you know, the irony on was completely lost on the AI bros who would be like, I'm not going to share my prompt, right? I'm not going to say what I typed in. But here's where I mean, it is super ironic, right? Because they literally stole art. Anyway, but my issue is that, like, if you say this is what I was going for, right? Here's an art director who says, "Hey, we're making a story, we're doing a thing, and I want to hire you for that story," right? And they know exactly what the story is, and some AI bro delivers them a gorgeous image, and they look at it, but like, yeah, but that's not telling the story that we want, right? Can you change it to make it so the story is actually like in a convincing and clear way? The AI bro goes back and changes their image and spits out another gorgeous image, but it's still not the story. It's just something different. It's not specific, right? It's not pushed in the direction of the actual desired output, right? It still looks nice. The skill of the process is to like push the art into the direction that you actually want it, right? It's having that control. And that's the skills that you're practicing when you make art all the time, right? You make a choice and then you push your art in that direction. And you get better at it, right? It's like communicating. You get better at saying exactly what you want to say and how to say it. AI is not even competing in the same market. I mean, it kind of is, like, on the surface, but like it's not. And that's so anyway, it's just, yeah, I mean, I will do art regardless of whether AI could technically do, you know, say the exact same thing that I want to say, but just better. If it could do that, I would still paint. But I also don't think it can at the moment. So yeah. As they say, the journey is more important than the arrival. Yeah. Process over journey, or process over destination. There's lots of different ways to word it. But yeah, it's all... And I think it's hard. I don't know. I do wonder... Like, for example, I know a lot of people say that saying, right? And I don't want to sound like I'm on my high horse here. But, like, I grew up, for example, in a family of people who didn't view themselves as creative, right? They didn't think about... I mean, they were undeniable. You know, my dad's undeniably creative. My younger brother's undeniably creative. They do creative things, but they don't think of it as art. They don't think of it as creativity. They just kind of, you know, they do what they want, and they don't really think much about it. I don't know if someone like my mom, for example, when she hears the phrase process over, you know, result, or journey over destination, I don't know what she would think of when she thinks of that phrase, right? She probably would think of, like, you know, life just in general. Like, oh, it's better to live a happy life than to be unhappy all the time, but try to get really rich, right? That's probably what she would think of. She would go to sort of big general life ideas, but as it relates to art, she might have no understanding of how I view that, right? She might not necessarily understand how the process is important in art, because if she wants art made, she's only thinking about the result, right? She doesn't care about not really. And so I think it kind of gets lost on a people, especially as it relates to art. I think it's hard to understand what that sentiment even is. I think that's my hunch. Which is, you know, it's sucky because to me it, you know, I just explained why it matters to me, right? And how that manifests itself in the output. But I think art is sort of this weird thing. A lot of people think of it as magical and mystical, and it's hard, you know, some people don't even think of it as a skill. It's more just like a gift or something, which is ludicrous, but whatever. There's so many misconceptions that I think it's hard for people to even relate to the concerns of say someone who is working professionally as an artist, because to them they're just not relatable experiences. They're not relatable, you know. I'm trying to think, like, I mean, this is an absurd example, but it just popped in my head. It'd be like someone saying, we need, you know, biodiversity in the oceans, right? The fish are dying. All the life is going away. And someone's like, who cares? The ocean's still beautiful. Like, it's still water. Why do you care? Why do you care what's happening under the ocean? And, like, any ecologist is going to be like, are you kidding me? Like, my entire field is focused on, you know, the interconnectivity of life. And, like, you know, if you study ecology, you're going to be like, of course that is important. But some person on the shore is like, I don't care about that. It's the ocean, man. Like, it's beautiful. The waves are still going to exist. And it's like, how do you explain that it is important? And with art, again, I that's kind of a silly example because we all understand that, like, yes, having life and, you know, different life and systems interact. But yeah. But to say about one artist which breaks the pattern, as there are others too, Vincent van Gogh, people don't relate to his process, but they pretty much know what he passed through to be able to paint like that. Or you mean like the tortured artist meme? Not meme, but like that whole idea. Is that what you're referring to? I'm not quite sure. So I don't know. I'm not convinced that would be breaking. People generally don't know his art studies, but relate to his story quite well. And by relate to his story, do you mean the story of, like, the tortured artist? Constant struggle and like not being able to find your way, and like going through the jumping, because like he jumped around a lot and trying to figure out what he. Your mic is cutting the audio. Uh-oh. Is my internet disconnecting? Testing. Wait, is my no, my mic's still working. Is it not? Is it better, or is it? I don't know what's happening. Is it still doing it? Now I don't know. Maybe my mic is still broken. I'm watching my mic and it seems to be doing okay-ish, but I don't actually know. Okay, I think you fixed. I didn't do anything. I'm just. Let me know if it does it again. But is that what you meant though? Like the tortured artist type idea of Vincent Van Gogh, and people can relate to struggles, and I mean I think people can relate to struggle, but I don't know if that breaks the pattern of what I was saying though. Because also I don't think that is a desirable or good or necessary. Now it's muted? What do you are you trolling me? What do you mean now it's muted? I see. I'm so confused. Testing no, there's no way. I see the visuals. What's happening? Am I getting trolled here? I'm getting trolled, right? Surely. I'm so confused. Your speakers just died. Okay, you're the one. You're it's me. I'm the problem. You're the problem. Okay, your speakers are dying. I'm like, I see it. I see the thing. I'm like, you've got to be trolling. Okay, okay. I didn't hear anything wrong, so I was confused too. Okay, glad to know it. I'm like, somebody's confused because I have a visual indicator. It's like a green bar, right? It's like a dark green bar, and when I talk, the light green bar will shoot up, and I can see my voice going, you know, boom, 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 boom every time I talk. Like I can see this bar going upward, and it's sitting here in the green, moving with every word I say. And you're like, you're muted. I'm like, no, I'm not. I see it. It's green. It's like this is, oh my goodness. And then I looked at my internet issue, and it's still fine. You just changed audio drivers. Gotcha. But yeah, so I'm gonna ask the question again. Now that you seemingly just changed, is it working? Are you talking with Vincent Van Gogh? Were you talking about the like when you talked about relating to his story? Are you talking about like his struggles of like the tortured artist sentiment? Is that what you're talking about? Because I don't think that actually is counter to what I'm saying, or to what I was saying. Like and in fact, I would argue if the only way people can relate to an artist is if they're going through torment, that's a really that's missing the point on such a grand scale. And unfortunately, there are people who feel like you have to be tortured or struggling to be a good artist, right? Like, oh, it's the only way they can relate to the artists, you know, is if it's expressing pain or something, or struggles, or you hear about their like, no, like there's a lot of very happy, like those people are, in my opinion, are making art despite their struggles. Like it's not, or in spite of their struggles. It's not. No, Magritte pretty much had a chill life and had his own style. I don't know. I don't even know who that is, to be honest. I don't know if do people relate to. I don't know if people even know Picasso's story. Do they? Maybe. I don't know. I don't feel like people understand their process at all. I don't think any. I think non-artists do not understand. I mean, the more abstract you get, I think the less everybody understands it. Myself included. But like I don't think the general public looks at artists. I think they just see pretty pictures. This is the same reason why certain AI bros have no issue putting in Van Gogh, or I know that's not how you say his name, but you know, they have no issue with putting in famous artists into their AI and getting stuff that looks like it because they don't understand it, right? That's to me, they're in some ways they're even more of an example where people who don't paint are like, what they did is, I mean, I've heard people talk about like the Mona Lisa, like who aren't art people. And again, I have no issues with the Mona Lisa, right? There's lots of reasons why it's a great painting. I don't feel like nowadays, like, there's tons of artists who are equally skilled, right? We know techniques, and we know how to paint really well. People can do anything from, stylized, simplified, very painterly, to hyperrealism and everything in between, right? They can push and pull any of the little knobs that make something, have their own unique mark making. There are artists of all types who are probably just at, in terms of raw painting skill, just as good, right? And who can make things just as beautiful. And I think you still hear people who are not art people be like, oh, the Mona Lisa is the most beautiful painting ever. And it's like, I don't feel like it's their real opinion, right? I don't get this. It feels like they are, it feels like what they're saying, and maybe this is totally wrong, is like, I don't really get art, but I'm told that this is the pinnacle, and so I'm just gonna agree with it. Right? And they still treat it as if visually is the only thing that makes it a valuable painting. Well, again, but they're direct comparing it to, like, the photo or real life. See, I don't think that breaks the pattern. I think this is people having such a limited view that there are some cases, yes, there are some cases where if they can understand a certain thing, but oftentimes those are extremely narrow, right? And yeah, I guess there are edge cases, so maybe you're right. There are some edge cases that do kind of break the pattern of, like, some people can understand the process, and again, I'm not talking about process. I guess what I'm talking about when I say process is more about not process of making art. We were talking about journey, really, right? Journey over destination kind of thing. I was more talking about, like, what the artist gets out of it beyond just, I painted a pretty picture, right? It's the fulfilling the need, right? The church commissions Da Vinci to paint something, right? And he has a set of goals. He has a set of, maybe there's scriptures that are given to him, things that he wants to communicate. I don't know his story, right? I didn't study art. I didn't go to art school. I didn't study artists like this. But, like, he has a set of goals and things that he wants to express. Maybe it's his goals, maybe it's someone else's, right? People look at that and just say, oh, it's a pretty picture. It's gorgeous, it's skillful, right? It's the decision making that is lost, right? It's the learning, the study, the understand. To them, it's like artists are these magical people with talent, right? Or gifts or whatever. There isn't this idea that, like, they're actually learning, and they're getting better over time, and they're making choices along the way. I think that's the thing I think people struggle with. Because even in hyperrealism, right? If you go onto Reddit in, like, the art or non-art category, and whenever you see a hyperrealistic painting, people will just basically flood it with peak art. The talent and gifts needed to do this are astounding. You are just built different. They'll say, like, man, I wish my hands were that steady, right? All these things acting like it's, this magical, mystical, robotic thing that they couldn't dream of doing because it's so nebulous to them, right? They can acknowledge that it takes a lot of skill, but there's kind of it's separate. It's like, it's not a... I mean, I think this isn't just art. This is everything, right? This is sport. I mean, people know sports process better because they see people play sports at a young age and they get better. I don't know if that. I feel like I'm even losing what I'm trying to say here because I'm rambling so much. So much rambling, I've lost my point. As a saying in general, gotcha. I think a great point is that people who don't understand the process of studying something usually don't understand something really virtuous. I'm taking this example of music. You abstract the whole thing in one word talent. People put a lot of meaning in it without really acknowledging that yes, artists they study a lot. Yeah, yeah, I mean, screw the word talent. It's useless. Like regardless of how, you know, your view on how little of like nature versus nurture, it's irrelevant for the person actually going on the journey of making art, right? You do the thing, you learn skills along the way, you are in control of what you put down. Sometimes you struggle and then sometimes you learn to make it better, and you might even struggle less, and like you build up your skill over time. At no point do you think, am I talented enough to continue? Should I pursue art? Am I not like, if you are considering the talent aspect, you're completely misguided in my opinion, because anyone can keep getting better, anyone can learn to paint. You will never know until you set on that journey, right, of actually building your skills. It's not relevant. And so to dismiss it as like, oh, you're so talented, I think they're missing the. But I guess you putting that aside, because this is not really what I was talking about. I'm more like, art oftentimes isn't just to be a pretty picture. And I think a lot of people, when they view art, especially like AI people, right, that is their goal. Their goal is, how realistic is this? How many mistakes does it have? Right? That's the metric they're judging it on. They're judging on, does this thing have the right number of fingers? Who cares? It could be perfect, right? It could be perfect photorealism, indistinguishable from hyperrealism or whatever, or even perfectly stylized. But that's still not meeting the goals that you would actually make art for in the real world, right? If you were commissioned by someone for an animation, if you can't actually tell the story you want to tell, your beautiful art is worthless, right? Like that's the point I'm making. It the process isn't just paint pretty picture, then proceed to paint pretty picture, right? It's choosing what your goals are. It's the problem solving, it's the study, it's the talking to your client, trying to understand their needs, trying, like, right? That it there's that's the process. The process isn't just the physical, like, mechanical process, right? It's the problem solving process, the design process, the right, it's the learning process. It's not just the, I'm not really talking, when I guess when I say process, I'm not really talking about the physical painting process. It's the the mental side of it, right? Like, an artist who paints for fun gets a lot more out of it than just like, oh, I'm building, like I mentioned before, right? I mean, even with art, just on a personal level, right? Like I get a lot of joy from, you know, just like you know, reading about geology things. There's a couple geology podcasts I listen to. I think they're fascinating. I actually took a geology class, or like technically geology, well, soil science, and roundabout way a geology class in college, and it was the most horrible class I've ever taken. I had zero interest in geology. I didn't care about what I was learning. It was awful. 10 years later, I'm like, man, I love this stuff. It's so cool because now I can relate it to art, right? There's stuff I learn about a random type of rock, or I learn about a certain way of soil interacts with water, and different types of soil can carrying capacities of water. Like, it's like, oh, this is relevant, right? Like, this is relevant to painting environments and building things and structures and stuff. Like, art, there's an element of adding things to you because it's again, I treat art as communicating, right? And so the more I learn, the more I can communicate, right? The more vocab I feel, the more I can express my ideas, right? The more languages I learn, the more I can talk to more people, right? Art to me is kind of like that, where I don't care about just having a nice speech written. It's about actually being able to communicate in real time or to a specific audience with a specific story. Like, I'm not just trying to tell a story with beautiful prose. I want to tell my story or your story, right? I want to be able to communicate in a way that isn't it's not about like, having two pages, two books and they're both beautifully written, but one is an autobiography of a person and the other is a, you know, story about nothing and about nobody that, maybe it's, again, I'm not saying fiction is less than nonfiction, but hopefully that's not the takeaway from here. But my point is, like, if you say, I wrote, this is my story, and you hand me the one that isn't your story, I'm going to be like, no, it's not. Like, it's beautiful. It's a nice story, but you can't tell me it's your story, right? The autobiography, I'm like, maybe it's not even as well written, but like, it is your story. I can understand it's your story because it actually is lining up with what you wanted to tell, right? It's lining up with, there's events, there's some accuracy, there's a direction involved, right? Maybe you had a whole purpose of why you wanted to tell your story in the first place. That's going to come through, right? To the unsuspecting reader, they might even pick the AI one, right? Because they're like, I just care about the end. But no, there's a lot more that goes into that process, and that is like, what is the point of telling it in the first place? And did you meet your goals, right? That's the thing that I feel like I care about, is that communication. And again, I'm not trying to like put it on a pedestal. I actually had a discussion with someone, kind of gonna my tangent here. We had a short conversation yesterday with some friends in Discord about this, and how like they were saying that a lot of artists come off very like, art is this sort of super hyper important thing, and like, at the end of the day it's painting pictures, and I kind of agree, right? I think a lot of artists can come off very like self-important kind of thing, and I think I'm doing that right now, right? I'm probably sounding like I think art is this super precious, amazing thing, and it has to be protected at all costs. Like, I don't. It's not even that, right? It's not even that I think it's super important. It's more that I think the general public completely misses like what artists are actually doing. It's not that I think what artists are doing is more important than it actually is. I just think they're missing it completely in terms of what they're actually doing, right? So they see AI and they're like, "Oh, I'm making art." Well, you're not doing the same thing. It might look nice and it might be useful in some cases, but fundamentally there is a difference in what you're doing. That it's an important difference too. That's kind of my point, is that like, I think that gets lost on people. And this is where I think communication is the best analogy for it, right? Because people seem to think that a speechwriter is just trying to string words together that sound beautifully, which again, everybody knows in real speech writing, you have a point you're trying to express, right? You have sometimes it's a very specific audience. It's think like a presidential speech, right? The word choice can be important. Maybe you want to inspire. Maybe you want to, maybe there's some issues that are affecting your country, and you want to carefully express those concerns without stirring up panic, right? You have a very specific goal in mind, right? And so you have a very specific audience, a very specific goal, and you carefully craft a speech to create just the right amount of emotion, just the right amount of inspiration, right? It's not just write a speech that's cool, right? And I think that's the difference. Everybody knows that in speech writing. Welcome in, Moxlight. How's it going? Welcome, Raiders. Right? Like, I think everybody understands in speech writing what I just explained. But in art, I don't think they get it like that, right? You can make that claim in art. And in many types of art, that is the case, right? You have a very specific goal in mind, and you want to express a very specific thing. But people are like, looks nice to me. You don't say that about a speech. You don't say, that was a nice sounding speech, right? That I really like the way the words rolled off of that president's mouth, right? I support him. No, hopefully you listen to the words and be like, was that coherent? I know I'm not going to get into politics because literally that is what people do. They disregard all the content. But that's not my point. My point is that, like, I'm pretty sure we understand that the words in the speech should be important. Just like the goal of the art is also important. Did it meet the goal? If you can't meet the goal, why should I hire you to write my speech or paint my picture, right? So anyway, yeah, we're getting into rambles here, but Ramble Central today. It's not as simple. I hope I didn't imply that. I hope I didn't imply that art is simple, or I should say, I think it's simple. I hope I didn't imply that it's easy. I should say, I'm not making the claim that art is easy. In fact, it's not. It's very difficult. Right? There's lots of problems. It's exhausting, for example, right? There's also this sentiment, there's a common misconception that, like, if you love it, why don't you do it all the time? Stop complaining and just paint. It's like, well, no, I'm tired after work. I have to, like, do other things, and, like, I can't just paint all day. It's exhausting. It's difficult, right? Or sometimes it's difficult. Sometimes it's quite chill, but anyway. Like, but yeah, it's yeah, that's another misconception. Yeah, no, art's not. I'm not making the claim that art is easy, right? Art is more than drawing character paint something. You need to know how anatomy works. You need to know how shading works, how the lighting, shadows. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, and again, you know, I realize this conversation is kind of boxed into, like, illustration and design, right? As far as, like, fine art goes, there's going to be people rolling their eyes at what I'm saying and what you're saying, Chaos Kitsune, because, you know, you don't need to know anatomy to paint stuff, right? You're perfectly allowed to paint whatever you want without lighting and shadows and anatomy. But if we're talking like communication as art, right? Sort of the art of visual communicating, so whether it's illustration or design, yeah, you do need to know those things, right? You need to know how to have an idea and communicate it in the way that you actually want to communicate it. So, yeah, in that sense, yeah, I totally agree. It is difficult. Hi, Joe and chat. Hope you have a nice stream today. Nice stream. I am having a nice stream. I think it's a little ranty, and there's probably some people who, you know, don't love the rants, but if you go with realistic, all right, yeah. I mean, yeah, for sure. I hope I will never make the claim or ever sound like I'm making the claim that I think art is easy. I do think anyone can do it, and I think anyone can, or I should say, anyone can learn to do it. Obviously, you can't necessarily just pick up a pencil and be painting the same as me or someone else. Like, yeah, art is hard. There's a lot to learn. It's you know, but I don't want to make it sound like it's, you know, super important and you know, like, again, you don't have to like to do art, you don't have to want to do art, that's okay. I love the rants. I'm glad. What were you working on today, Moxlight? I respect people that take the time to learn things or take the effort to improve their works. It's something I struggle with because I lack motivation. Yeah, and you know, you definitely have to see the value. I mean, to be motivated to do something, right? I think you have to a little bit see the value in what you're doing, right? If you know that it's making, or if you believe that it's making a positive impact in the world, you're going to have a whole lot more motivation to actually pursue it and keep doing it when it's hard and difficult and maybe even not fun, because you're like, this is worthwhile, right? This is a task worth doing. And so you're going to do it. And that's why I view that way of art. Again, I don't want to act like it's super important, but to me it is, right? Personally, it's important to me. It doesn't need to be important to you, because you don't have to make art. But for anyone who wants to make art and has some standards for what they want to make, yeah, I think you do have to care about it, because that's how you get good at anything, right? You have to be able to see it through, because if you can't, then you're never gonna stick with it long enough to actually get good. So, yeah. You worked on hair studies. Oh, very cool. I'd love to see your hair studies. I saw an artist shading skin after learning how to draw. It was low-key moved by how realistic it was. I'm not sure I would have had this reaction before learning how to draw. Oh, gosh. Can I be really controversial? Sometimes I'm less impressed by how realistic someone can make something the more that I get better at art. Like, it kind of going back to the hyperrealism thing. Like, I have nothing against hyperrealism, but if you take, like, I'm gonna use my mom as an example, because I don't think she doesn't really do art, right? I think her reaction to hyperrealism versus mine, hers would be, oh my gosh, they're so good, and I would be like, oh wow, that's very realistic. Like, they're good, I can acknowledge that, but like, I'm not as in awe, right? Because I understand it better. I feel like I'm less impressed with like hyper realism, or how realistic something is. To me, like, there's actually a phrase I have sometimes. Like, I don't care if my paintings are realistic, right? I have a different goal. I want them to be readable. I want them to be clear. Realistic doesn't necessarily mean clear, right? There's this. Whenever this conversation comes up, I always want to. There's a subreddit called Confusing Perspective, and they are photos. Almost all of them, I believe, are photos. And they here's the image I shared last time. This is a 100% realistic photo, right? In fact, it is completely realistic, non-edited. Here is a photo. Now, is this a good image? No, it's a garbage image, right? This image is so bad because it's completely confusing. You have no idea what you're looking at. How in the world is this person's leg so skinny? What is happening here? This is not a good image, right? I don't want my image to be realistic. I want it to be clear. I want it to communicate what I want it to communicate, or whatever that is. If I have a goal of drawing a girl holding a bag of popcorn, I want it to look like it's a girl holding a bag of popcorn, right? This does not look like that. This looks like a girl with weird, funky legs, right? Like, the bag of popcorn is completely blending in to the background. But that is a bag of popcorn in front of her, right? This to me is the line of like realism versus communication. This is realistic, but it's not communicating. So my goal is, obviously, hopefully you can do both, right? Some people want to do both. And a lot of times they just find a photo that is communicating something, and then they hyper realistic paint it. Again, I hope I'm not taking away from the skill of making something realistic, but to me, that is not my goal, right? This is where I have more appreciation for clear communication than I do realism, right? Realism isn't the goal. I mean, impressionism, whatever. I mean, it's not even a stylistic. I'm not even talking style here. I just mean in terms of like, what is the point of my art, right? It's far more about communicating an idea, and how I go about it is kind of irrelevant, right? Everybody's gonna have their personal preference, right? Everybody's will have a different cup of tea or whatever that phrase is. I don't care what flavor of art you want to do. If you want to do, a chalk painting, you want to do something very loose and impressionistic, maybe you want to do hyperrealism, that's fine. But at no point is the most important thing whether or not it's realistic, right? At least not to me. Because in both those cases, you can communicate something. And in the case often, at least, again, this is very for me. I want to make that clear. For me, when it comes to hyperrealism, I'm actually more impressed by the photo that they drew from. Like, a very nice, clear image that really captured someone's expression. I'm more impressed by the photo behind the artist than the actual technical skill to make the thing photorealistic, if that makes sense. Right? Photorealism is a super useful skill. It's good to practice. It's nice to have, right? It helps you learn stuff sometimes, right? There's nothing wrong with it, but in terms of like blowing my socks off, that's not it for me, right? It'll blow my mom's socks off because she, right? So yeah, I find that the more that I learn about art, the less I actually care about realism. And so when someone shows that, like, good skills of drawing realism, I'm like, it's nice, I like it. It's I guess it's impressive to some degree, but I don't think of it as pinnacle of art anymore. So anyway, that's my rant about that. Gosh, did I really just go on a like? Also, oh my gosh, Mox Light, this is so good. Look at this. Wait, you guys can't see this, can you? Look at this. Look at this. This is Mox Light's art. They just rated us. I have the perfectionist trait, so I don't feel like whatever I'm doing is good enough, even if everyone around me says it's good. I don't see it. It was a big struggle. Oh, it's really good. I love it. The one down here, the white-haired one, white bright materials are so hard to capture. That's always really difficult. I struggle with this stuff. Yeah, the reason that the perfectionist comment's interesting to me, because it's funny, I actually agree with you kind of, but I don't agree with the perfectionist thing. Like, in myself, I can totally relate to, like, artists, well, we see all the flaws, right? Because we're the ones critiquing ourselves in order to improve, right? That's how you improve. You say, I'm going to pick on Mox Light here because you just shared your work. Mox Light is going to say, I had a goal of drawing hair. What did I not achieve? And then they're going to be self-critical and be like, oh, I've got to work on that thing, right? Because they know what their goals were. I don't, so I can look at this and be like, oh, it's so gorgeous. This is amazing. But I'm not Mox Light. Mox Light has goals about improvement, about their skill, about what they're trying to achieve. And if they can't achieve those, they're going to be self-critical. They're going to see all their own flaws. I don't see that because I don't know what their goals are, right? I just look at it and be like, this is gorgeous. And so, yeah, you're always going to be your own worst critic because you actually know what you are trying to do. And this is kind of going back, this might be just a better way of explaining it. One of my gripes with AI is that it doesn't always do the thing you want it to do, right? To the outside world, it's gorgeous, but it's not doing the thing that you wanted. And and sometimes you dilute it. And this is where, if you actually go through the skill, right? The skill of learning how to paint, you are so much more particular, right? we are hypercritical about, did I get the thing correct, right? We're not just like, looks cool. Like, we know because we're the ones drawing every line, right? We know when we try to draw a line and it's not in the correct perspective, we're asking ourselves, like, how do I do it the correct way, or is this the thing that I want? So that's, I think that's probably a better way to explain it, is using that idea of being our own worst critic. The white blonde hair looks very good. It does. It does look really good. Mobius. Yeah, Mobius is great. Yeah, Mobius is great. I feel like you just need to look back on what you made in the past. To see improvement? Yeah, I totally agree. Absolutely. Yeah, if you're ever feeling like you aren't improving, I mean, in theory, you could also just not be improving, but I feel like if you're anyone online in the year 2025 and you are even a tiny amount using the resources available to you, you will improve if you keep painting, right? Like, unless you are so isolated from the art corners of the internet, like, you're gonna know that perspective exists. You're gonna know that that composition is a thing you can think about and learn to like, these ideas around art are not hard to stumble on. So unless you are completely, like, not even looking, yeah, I think it's pretty hard not to improve. If you keep at it and keep going. So yeah. That's my stance on it. But yeah, when in doubt, just look back at your old work, really. I mean, go back a couple years. Go back 5 years and look at your old work. And if you don't see improvement then, well, then maybe you really are not going on the right track. And again, maybe just keep seeking out more resources, because something is amiss if you haven't gotten it after, Me to have a perfection shape. Do you want to see my art? Yeah. See, I don't think of myself as a perfectionist, but I will say I am critical about my art. I don't think it's perfectionism. Because, like, I think being very critical about your work is super good, right? I think that's what leads people to do studies, as opposed to just paint what they want and be happy with it. They say, I'm not happy with it. There's things that don't look right. I need to go and learn them, right? So I think anybody who does that is a critic, right? They are clearly analyzing their own work. They're saying what's not good, what's good. They keep doing the good stuff. They stop doing the bad stuff. And every single time they're like, when I paint, and this is, when I'm doing a painting like this, with almost not every brushstroke, but every couple brushstrokes, I am kind of taking a step back. Sometimes I'll zoom out and I'll say, not verbally, but I will think to myself, like, is this the direction I want it to go? Did I just put down random marks that did it help the message, or did it help the goal of whatever my goal is? Sometimes my goal is something very simple, sometimes it's not, whatever. But I'm constantly in this observe my art, analyze it, critique it, come to a conclusion, and then I act on that, and then I try to fix it, and then I do the cycle over, and I analyze my work, and I'm constantly in that cycle. And so, yeah, I think we train ourselves to be hypercritical of our own work. And I think it's okay. I think that's actually desirable to an extent. Obviously, you can, I think it's easy to go down a bad path if you're being that critical of your own work. Once you get out of the realm of, taking actual action, right? Once you get out of the realm of, getting better, and now you're thinking my art sucks, therefore I suck. Like, that's really negative. But if you're just saying, I'm not happy with this, I've got to solve the problem and make it work, I think that's the way, that's the path to improvement, I think. Right? I think it's good to be hypercritical of your own work. There's just different types of being critical. There's bad types, which is saying, this isn't working, therefore I'm a bad artist, or this isn't working, so I've got to do more work, right? And that I've got to do more work, or it's not working yet, or I haven't figured it out yet, right? I like the challenge of not having solved this problem yet. That to me is the good kind of self-criticalness. But yeah. And I think, again, I think anyone who gets to any level of anything, or any good level, I should say, of anything, I think you have to be that hypercritical. Not, again, not the negative kind, but I think you have to be. I don't think you could become a, top level athlete, or a top level video game player, or an extremely good artist. I don't think you can become top level anything without having sort of that understanding of analyzing what you're doing, breaking it down, dissecting it, and fiddling with it on a small level, and really trying to understand the thing, right? If you aren't thinking about your form and you're trying to be a pro swimmer, you're doing it wrong, right? Everybody will think about their form. If you just want to go swim and have fun, you don't have to think about your form because it's not that relevant, right? But there is a point where you have to be hypercritical. You've got to get everything just perfect. And I think that's okay. I don't think that's bad. I think that's normal. K Reg said, I started practicing seriously a bit more than a month ago, and yesterday I was surprised and happy when I drew really good circles in a row. Oh, that's awesome. Congrats. I don't know. I haven't practiced a lot of line work in my life, and I feel like sometimes I don't know. I think only having really drawn a lot digitally is probably something that has not helped me, because sometimes I feel like I can't draw good lines. Like, there are certain things I can draw pretty okay lines, but I don't think precision is anywhere near a thing that I'm good at. It's got to be one of my weak areas. Precision of lines. If I want to draw an ellipse, to draw it exactly the way I want. Yeah, I think I struggle with that a little bit. I should do more like simple exercises. Simple as in, foundational basics, right? Not complex things, but just simple exercises that I struggle with. Drawing ellipses, drawing circles, drawing cubes, rotating cubes, just basic line weight stuff. Yeah. Okay, you know what I'm going to do? We're going to vote here. Quick. Let me just crop this. Like that. Let me just come over the top of this. I'm going to paint some numbers. 1, 2, 3, 4. There's that. Now I can't wait for summer to go out and draw what I see. Oh, that's fun. It's spring, though. You could go out in spring. Is it a stage around 10, 11 where you internalize rules and methods? As to learn how proper to solve problems, you acknowledge problems faster and better? Yeah. I think you can probably realize that there's rules and methods at that age, but I don't think it's guaranteed that you're gonna do that. I certainly, at age 10, 11, I had no idea that there was ways to actually improve and get better at drawing. I had no concept of that. In fact, I think I sometimes joke that I think I'm like 10 years behind in like life development, whether it's intellectually or otherwise. I feel like I'm just like 10 years behind. And I think I wasn't until like my mid 20s when I even realized that you could learn how to draw, right? I had no idea. Like, it was like I never connected the dots that it was a skill. Even, and this is the stupid part, I literally had educational books on how to draw as a kid, and I still never really understood that if I keep practicing, I will get better, right? Like, the idea of building a skill was not a thing in my brain. Like, I did get better. I did the things the book says, and I got a little better, but I didn't realize that it was happening. And it was so oblivious to it all throughout, up until through college. I had basically quit drawing up through college. And yeah, it's wild to think. Like, anyway, I'm going to make a straw poll. I was watching a book on how to draw superheroes and knowledge didn't go through. Yeah, yeah. Oh. Gonna make a straw poll here with... you know what? Actually, let's do this. Let's do something different. Let's just put it straight in chat. We're gonna do this. I'm gonna go vote. And we're gonna go 1, 2, 3, 4. There we go. At the top of chat, there should be a poll. You can vote for the one you'd like me to work on. I will work on it till the end of stream. And yeah, if you would like to vote, you can. I'm going to vote for 4. 4 is fun. But yeah, cast your vote if you'd like. It should be in the top of chat. You can only vote for 1, so make it count. Or don't. Ooh, number 2. Yeah, number 2 is nice lighting. It's very nature-y. It is because there is other stage of growing, which is the abstract operation stage, which you learn to think outside the box. Yeah. I think that's interesting, but I also think you have to be careful with that kind of thing, because while we are capable of that kind of thinking at that age, a lot of people are not exposed to that kind of thinking, and they never really learn it until later. Right? At least not in everything they do. Some things just stay games, and they never realize that they could get better at them. Like, I have nieces and nephews who, you know, they're in their teens, and they couldn't care less. They couldn't, no, they could not care less about getting better at video games. Right? They just play them because they're fun. They don't understand. I don't even know, like, to them, people who are better than them are just... I don't know what their excuse is. I'm not sure if they recognize that it's because some people are trying to learn, and they do sort of think analytically about certain games and things. But to them, it's like... it's just not even really like a thing they could learn. I don't think they really think about it because it's not important to them, probably. They just don't really care. And that's fine. But in other things, they probably do, right? Because they are past that age where that sort of, you know, they're in the stage of development where they can problem solve. They can learn and break things down, and, right, they can extrapolate information. Like, they're absolutely at that age where they can, but whether or not they do it to art or have ever even thought about doing it to art is another thing, right? I think there's a strong cultural thing in art where we talk about it like it's not a skill, right? Everybody talks about, you know, math like it's a skill. Everybody talks about sports like it's a skill, right? You literally go to practice, right? Art, we don't, at least not when I grew up, right? We did not talk about art or, you know, games or any of that stuff like it's a skill. Maybe games, actually. Probably more video games than we did art, right? Nobody looked at art and like, that artist must have spent so long on that. Man, they probably you know, I bet they had to really study to become that good, right? We never said that about art. It was, oh my gosh, that guy's so talented. That's what I heard growing up, right? And so I even though I might have been at the age where mentally I could have understood that I could learn and get better at art. I never made that connection because it was never talked about that way. So I'm very, I don't know if you'd call me an activist, but I'm not really. I'm an advocate for art as a skill because I think if people viewed it that way, people could take it up earlier and want to learn how to communicate visually if they wanted. Also, we are currently voting number 2 is in the lead. I think number 2 won last time. I think number 2's gonna crush it. Although number 3's getting up there. Can you tell us about the scene you had in mind? Some of this I didn't have a strong idea. A lot of this is just like exploration and color exploration, idea exploration. Sometimes I don't always have, in these thumbnails specifically, I don't always have a strong goal. Sometimes it is literally just like play around with shapes or lighting in ways that maybe I haven't recently. And so it's a little bit of like exercising a muscle that I haven't worked in a while, where like I'm aware of, it's like lifting a weight in a way where like I'm aware of the lift. I've done it before, but I haven't done it in a while, so I want to, just go back and just play around with it and do a thing, Okay, number 2 is 1. Fantastic. So yeah, a lot of these I don't have a clear goal yet. I will have a clearer goal as I work on them and figure out exactly what I want, right? I got to do the problem solving a little bit. I will ask myself as I paint, like, where do I want to take this? What are my goals? How can I achieve those goals? A mix between 2 and 3, yeah. 3 I think I spent a lot more on, and it's more crisp, and but yeah, number 2 has 1. Perfect. Okay, I'm gonna real quick do this. I'm saving my files here. Just a moment. There we go. Okay, there we go. There we go. So now, yeah, number 7 won. Thank you guys for voting. I really appreciate it. Did I just say number 7 won? No, number 2 won with 7 votes. So this image, so I'm a little on the fence here because this is very organic. There's a lot of like nature scenes. I guess there's a little bit of a path or something. But I think I want to play around with mixing materials a little bit, and right now I don't have that. So I'm probably gonna like introduce some sort of architecture or statue or structure in here that has a bit more form. Another thing is when I can picture an idea so clearly, but putting that thought into art is not easy. Yeah, that happens a lot, I think. It's like, I mean, to me, this is where the analogy of painting as communication is such a good, I mean, it literally is visual communication, right? And this is where the analogy of verbal communication comes in for me. Sometimes you have an idea you want to express, and for whatever reason, nothing can explain it to the person you're talking to. It's like they just can't understand what you're saying, right? That's hard, right? And it happens for a lot of reasons. Sometimes, and this actually happened last stream, sometimes, like, for example, I'll have read something. Maybe 10 years ago I read something, and I formulated an opinion about what I read, and then fast forward 10 years, I still remember my opinion on it, but I cannot remember what it was that I read, right? I couldn't tell you the details of the thing. I just know, like, the topic, and I know my conclusion, right? Because I did all the thinking, and I did the so now if I wanted to communicate to you why you should believe what I should believe, I'm like, I can't explain it. I don't have the details, like they've lost. They've been like, I know it because of a feeling, or I know it because of a vibe, and like maybe I don't know it as well as I do know, and maybe I should go back and relearn it, you know, and make sure I do know what I want to communicate. And so sometimes we have like, it's not just words, it's things like feelings. How do you communicate that, right? You have to find the words for it. It's not always just saying, I feel happy, or I don't like it. You have to explain how and why, and it takes a little bit of digging, right? You might even have to go do research and use references to understand your position better. Because all you remember now is your conclusion, right? That happens a lot in visual art too, where you have a feeling, you have a story in your head where it makes you feel something. And even if you put down exactly what you think you see in your head, all you're gonna see is a picture, but it's not gonna make you feel that thing, right? How do you make your audience feel that? That's the communication skill that's hard in art, but it's also fascinating for me. So yeah, it's you can't just put what's in your head. That's not even a, to me, if you just put what's in your head on the page, it's gonna suck almost every time. Like, I'm not dismissing what you have in your head. It's just what you have in your head is not visual communication. Just like when you have an idea or an emotion, it's not verbal communication, right? If I just say exactly what I'm feeling, it might just be grunts, or, you know, it's like that meme of, it's not a meme, but it's, you know, it's there's this idea of like, purest form of expression is just grunting, right? That's not gonna communicate anything. But that might be what they're feeling. But no, you've got to use your words, right? You have to learn to use your words, because it's not as easy as just making vocal sounds, words, you know, sounds coming out of your mouth. You can't just say what you're feeling, or that's what crying is, maybe, right? You cry, a baby will cry because they feel something, so they vocalize that feeling, but it doesn't actually necessarily communicate exactly what it is they're feeling, right? It's like, that's, our goal isn't to just express what's in our head. Our goal is to communicate that to someone else or something, right? Oftentimes, that's our goal. So that's where I think it gets really tricky. It's not as easy, and I don't even think the goal should be to put down what's in your head, right? If you can visualize something, I would challenge the concept that, like, I mean, I was talking earlier about like the pinnacle of, you know, how some people think the peak art is just hyperrealism, which again, if that's what you like it, that's fine. But to me, I would challenge the idea that just like that, so too we should challenge that the idea in your head is not peak expression, right? You can express that idea even better. You can take something in your head, you can try to understand it, and then you can try to communicate that concept, right? That's my goal anyway. And I would challenge people to think that maybe they too would rather communicate clearly rather than just put down what's in their head. Because again, I don't think that's clear communication. So that's my hot take of the day. Maybe that's the second hot take of the day. Okay, what am I painting here? There's some stones. There's some flowers. We've got the sunlight down. That's for sure. I sort of want to put like buildings. Okay, you know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna do something that's a little silly. I did this with the last commission I did. I took the image. Let's see, how can I do this? I'm gonna crop this. Copy. Then I'm going to crop. I'm going to stretch my canvas. This is a little trick that I don't know if I want to say I've developed, but this is a little trick that I do to allow myself to be more loose in a painting, even though I'm still painting on the same resolution and the same size. So what I'm doing is I'm just putting a gray painting around so that my brain is like, this is still a thumbnail. This isn't a finished painting. This isn't going to be detailed. that way I can allow myself to treat it like a thumbnail, even though I've cranked up my resolution a little bit, so it's still the full size that I want it. But I can allow myself to paint outside the edges. I can treat it more loosely. I'm not as afraid to make big changes because there's like I could even do something different like this where I make like a fake thumbnail grid. It's not gonna stay here, right? I treat it like a thumbnail. For me, this helps me play around with ideas more, even though I'm now in the refining stage. What if we put like a giant, not a literal giant, but like a building back here? I'm back with food. Welcome back with food. I've had daydreams where I can picture the line art or an idea, but I can't put it down. Yeah. This conversation, I just thought of this because it happened to me the other day. Have you ever had a dream where like maybe you wake up in the middle of the night and the dream is so amazing? It's like so vivid. There's story. It's almost like a movie, but it's like, oh my gosh, I should write this. This is such a good story. You know, I was emotionally connected to whatever I was doing. There was like, you know, it was exciting. It was vivid. It was like, I would want to read this if this were a book, right? I just had that experience the other night where I wake up and it's like, in my head, I felt like this was so cool. It was like, it was like some sort of adventure story or like me going on a fantastical adventure with like, so, you know, I don't know, magic or discovering something. I don't know what it was. But as I was sitting there, as the morning progressed, I realized how nonsensical the story actually was. Like, in my mind, what made it cool was that I felt really strongly about it, right? I had feelings about it because I was asleep, and whatever part of my brain was active was like, this is very emotional, this is exciting, these are the chemicals in your brain that makes you feel excited. But it was just nonsense. If I were to have put it on this page, it would have been garbage. Yeah, nobody would have felt the way I felt about it. Nobody, because it wasn't good. But it felt good. It felt like it was amazing. Tigra, see ya. Bye, guys. Catch you with the other day. See ya later. Hope to see you later, alligator. I don't know why I said that. That was stupid. But anyway, yeah, I could probably add something like a deer back here, you said? Yeah. I have vivid dreams all the time. Yeah, but then sometimes do you realize just how silly it was? Like, oh, it wasn't actually, like, I think there's this idea that, like, when you feel strongly about something, it's good. When you feel poorly about something, it's bad. And that's just not true. That's something I've learned a lot. Is that you feeling strongly doesn't make it more good or more bad. It oftentimes is not related. And this is a little bit, I think, not evidence, but like, it's sort of supporting this idea of like, my goal is not to put what's in my head, right? Sometimes I have an idea in my head, and then, actually, here, I'll even draw out the process. My process will look like this. This is a light bulb. I'll have an idea in my head. How do light bulbs work? Do they look like this? I don't know. I don't know how light bulbs work. Anyway. Here's a light bulb. Right? Sometimes I'll start with an idea. I'm like, this idea is really good. And then what I'll do, instead of trying to then paint the picture, right? Instead of trying to then paint the picture, here's my picture, right? Mountains, whatever, right? Instead of trying to paint this with the sun and all the stuff, what I'll actually do is I insert a new step. This is what I think of like a design process or illustration process. What you actually do is you ask yourself, what is the idea? And you write it out, right? You write it out, or vocalize it, right? And then you design it, right? Then you design the thing to communicate what you wrote out, right? If your idea, or if your big idea was I always use my example of a spooky forest or a spooky house, let's say a haunted house, right? If your idea was a haunted house, write that. Now you can design a haunted house, right? If it was a very specific haunted house, say a haunted house with an alien spider in it, write that out, right? And then design it, design a composition, the building. If the building specifics weren't important, discard them and start from the ground up, because you're probably emotionally attached to a lot of emotional. Is that what it's called? Emotional bias? Yeah, probably. Where you're emotionally attached to an idea because, again, maybe there's a historical sense, maybe there's a, like, again, when I picture a haunted house, oftentimes I can feel the chills, because I know that I'm supposed to feel chills. That's it's like I've decided ahead of time that it's haunted, and so I can convince myself that I'm supposed to be scared. That doesn't mean that visually this image is going to make you scared, and so you have to design it to make them scared, right? You have to say, what about an image is going to make something spooky, and then you design it, right? And so you design, and then you go through your iterations and figure out how to design and how to communicate the thing, and then after a whole process of design, you end up with an image, right? So the design phase, the planning, the research, right? That's all baked into design, right? Research, planning, iteration, revision, right? All of that, all the stuff that I just said is in this stage. So it's not just like, I have an idea, I want to put it. You don't want to put your idea on the page, right? That's circumventing all of how to communicate your idea. Because if you just do that, I think it's gonna suck, genuinely. And so it's a hard thing for me to tell people, I think your idea in your head sucks. But what I actually mean is, I think if you just put what you saw in your head, I think it would not be a compelling image. Or I don't think it would tell the story. It wouldn't make you feel what you felt. Because I think you felt a lot more stuff, right? I think it's a lot more complicated than I saw something cool, right? Like my dream the other night made me feel something, but it was garbage. It was nonsensical. The timeline of events didn't make any sense. I'm pretty sure I walked into a building and then suddenly I was in a forest or something, but like I was supposed to also be in the city. I don't know what was happening, but it made me feel something. Like it was cool, but it would have sucked if it were a movie. Like nobody would know what's happening. People would be confused. They would literally walk out the theater if I had put my dream into visuals. It would just be that bad. But I woke up thinking that was the best movie I ever saw. And then I forgot it because it was so bad. Or just because I forget dreams all the time. But anyway. So yeah. That would be my challenge to people who have this like big goal of in art. Like I just want to be able to put my idea on I just want to be able to paint my dreams, or I just want to paint my idea that I can visualize. I would hope to challenge that a little bit. Like, I don't think you need to some degree, there is still a bit of like your idea does make it into the final, right? It eventually manifests itself in some way, but the fact is you don't know what it's going to look like, right? Because you haven't done this design process yet. You haven't actually set forth on researching, finding ways to communicate stuff properly. I don't know. I'm big on that. That's one of those things that I don't know. Now I try to capture the essence. Yeah, the essence of it. I mean, I don't really like the essence of it. It makes it sound too nebulous and undefinable, which oftentimes I think is the opposite of what we want. Sometimes we literally want to define what it is we're actually trying to do and turn it from this like nebulous feely thing, and we're trying to turn it into a concrete idea, right? We're saying here's this awesome adventure story, but hold on, the details matter, right? And like what am I actually trying to say with my art? That's to me what the essence is. It's let's get really concrete. So it's almost ironic, I feel like. There's such a nebulous word for such a concrete idea, which is the essence of it, right? It's let's get really specific about what it is that makes this idea tick, right? What is it about me experiencing a haunted house that makes it feel haunted? Let's explain it, right? Let's talk about it, rather than just like I have this idea I want to express. Okay, well, what is the idea? And that's yeah, okay. Hey, Casey. Casey agreed. The idea that artists are visualizing the thing they're painting exactly as they paint it is just not so. Yeah, it's such a common misconception. And I mean, I think I've shifted from. I mean, it is totally a misconception, but it's such a misconception that it becomes the goal of a lot of artists, right? It's like this young artist saying, I just want to paint I just want to put what I see in my head on the page. And like, I wouldn't ever want to tell someone that shouldn't be your goal, but like, that shouldn't be your goal? Like, should it? Like, I don't like go for it, but hopefully you'll challenge this idea at some point. But like, I don't feel like I feel like if you ever told someone that, they would think you're the worst person ever. This is like the story you hear on the internet where like, can you believe my teacher said that I shouldn't pursue this? Like, can you imagine? Like, people would be like, your art teacher's garbage. Get rid of them, I mean, I wouldn't ever say it that way, right? That would be a horrible thing to tell someone. But basically what I just said, right, through explaining it, challenging that concept that like there is a process of taking that idea in your head and then a process of turning it into something that is real. And whatever you end up on the outside isn't going to be quite what you had in your head, but it will communicate it, right? It can make people feel the thing that you felt. It can make people understand what you felt. It's not going to be the thing, right? It will never be the thing that was in your head, but it hopefully can communicate the thing that was in your head. And I think that's the important thing, right? So it's more about communication than it is paint the thing that's in your head. Anyway, that's my TED Talk for the day. Casey, did I ask you how you're doing? I hope you're doing well. For those who don't know, Casey is awesome. She also streams here on Twitch, and you guys should follow her. She does lots of illustration stuff. I know artists that have drawn creatures based on what they've seen in a dream. Yeah, and I think that's a good starting point, right? Again, I think dreams and whimsy idea type things where you just have a silly idea, I think it's a fantastic starting point. But I think anyone who says this is exactly what I saw in my dream, I think is lying to you. Maybe not lying, but maybe there's a little bit of self-delusion. Either that or I don't think it's probably going to be a very good creature design. I think if it's truly what they saw in their head, it probably wasn't a super well designed and thought out creature. Maybe it was, and maybe if you're like a really good creature designer, maybe you do dream of really good designs, right? Maybe you've so trained yourself on thinking like a designer that you do have some really good ideas. But I'm a little skeptical of that claim. Like, again, I know people paint stuff from their dreams all the time. But I still think there's a lot of interpretation and design and like again, kind of getting at what the essence of the idea was. What was the essence of my dream, and then let's paint that instead. I think getting inspiration from stuff like a dream is amazing, right? I think that's great. But I think that should be the first step, right? Not my dream is the final product. I just want to paint my dream, right? I don't want to treat my dream as the final product, right? Did you miss the end of a Jed talk? You did. Thanks for the kind words. I'm pretty good. Just trying to make sure I've ironed out all the tech kinks in your studio setup. Ooh, wait, do you have a new studio setup? Or what are you talking about? I am jealous of your studio, by the way. The fact that you have a dedicated workspace is inspiring. I aspire to have a dedicated workspace. Also, I aspire to figure out what the heck I'm painting. I think I want some sort of man-made structure back here. Maybe I'm just going to make a big shape. Ooh. Toaster Strudel, hello! Oh. Ooh. Is Casey, you got a clip of Casey's new studio? Oh, that's a clip. I don't think a 60-second clip is good, or a 48-second clip is gonna do my rant justice, to be fair. I'm pretty sure that lasted way longer than 48 seconds. Oh, a clip of what I was talking about? Yeah. But that's not gonna do it justice. I'm way too rambly to summarize. If I could summarize what I wanted to say in under a minute, I would be cranking out YouTube shorts like crazy. Okay? I'm not that good. I can't say I'm not a good speaker. Words are hard. If I were, make YouTube shorts. But no, I don't. I ramble. I'm a rambler. I never get to the point. But that's okay. I enjoy it. I'll have to rewatch the VOD to get the full feeling. Yeah. Okay, what am I trying to do here? Thank you for the follow. I do have the anonymous follows thingies turned on, so that way I'm not calling people out. So thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. I know a lot of people have been doing that lately, so I decided to jump on the bandwagon. Also, because after seeing people do this kind of relates to art and sort of like being an observer of yourself and others. After people were talking about like, oh, anonymous follows and all that, I realized that like I have not followed people when they're live because I didn't want to get called out. And like that should have been the sign that I should have done this a long time ago. But no, it just never, it's like I did this thing, I experienced something, and then I just ignored it and moved on with my life. And then like surely other people also feel this way. And so yeah, until I saw someone else, I'm like, oh my gosh, I should have done that. The key to make a normal video, split up that into several YouTube shorts and then make people find all the rest after they get to the end of it via cliffhangers. Oh no. Oh no, that's oof. I'm not sure I would want to do that. That would make me feel bad. I don't think I could sleep at night if that was my tactic. Let's make content so convoluted and confusing that somehow it games the algorithm. Oof. Man, it's so hard to know what to do with follows. Some people love the shout out when they follow, but yeah, some prefer to be anonymous. Yeah. I mean, I think it's a solid idea is that, like, you know, if people want to not be anonymous, they can say hello, and I'll say hello back. I'll even say your name if you want me to, you know, like,
but I'm not gonna do it on a follow, right? You can type. Also, don't know if you saw this, but here's my answer to your question. It's not a new setup. I've just been having loads of tech issues that I have kept me from streaming from here since February. So frustrating. The internet was cutting out a lot. OBS was disconnecting. Your PC was crashing. All independent issues with each other. Ooh, that sounds like a struggle. But it sounds like you've gotten it sorted out, though. That's amazing. Toaster Strudel says, I also appreciate being able to follow anonymously. Sometimes I want to lurk in a new stream. I find, so I'm not committed to interact. Yeah, you know, I like to, maybe this is just like how I work, and it's not probably a great thing, but I find that a lot of how I reason is sometimes I'll have an idea and then I retroactively, and I know this is like not how science is done, this is the opposite, and then you'll retroactively find reasons of why that's a good decision. Right? Don't do this. This is not how it should work. But I do this with like with anonymous follows. It's like, oh, here's all these reasons I would want to do this, and like, and you know, here are some reasons that I think are a compelling argument, even though I've only thought of them after the fact. Like, the art communities are super. Ooh, the high school English class essay approach. Yeah. So like artists are, to me, quite social in a art channel, right? Obviously there's a lot of lurkers, but we also are a pretty tight-knit group, right? And so there are a lot of names, you recognize a lot of people, and sometimes you don't want the call out, right? Because if I mean, this isn't just a me thing, but if you follow someone might recognize your name, right? We are a small community, and you might not want them to like, oh, hey, you, I know you, and like get the call out, right? You don't always want that. Like I followed an artist the other day, and for a solid 20 minutes, my name was on their screen as most recent follow. And somebody in chat was like, hey, I know you. And I'm like, I don't want to talk. I just want to sit here and lurk. So I didn't say anything. I ignored them. But I felt bad, right? Like, I kind of wish I was anonymous. And so, and I think artists are even more this way, right? We are an introverted bunch. We don't always want to talk and socialize. Like, if we do, it's great that we have a space to do it. But you know, we like our, the price of, it's not fame. It's just that we're a tight-knit community, right? We're just a very tight-knit community. And so, like, again, would you say you're famous? No, but a lot of people are going to recognize your name in chat, right? Because you're in like 5 channels, and those people who are viewers in those channels are in all the other 5 channels, and like, you know, you start drawing the little tree that branches at each person into each stream, and there's going to be somebody in each stream that's going to know you, right? Because we're so small. We're not the whole internet. Now, if I did this in a gaming channel, who cares? Have them like yell my name at the top of their lungs and no one would know who I am, right? Because it's not that tight knit. And so, yeah, that's kind of anyway. I don't think it's that big of a deal, honestly. Toaster Shoulder's story drives me insane because I relate to both sides. Yeah, I mean, I relate to both sides too, right? As a streamer, I love shouting people. I love calling people out. But I also realize it's super uncomfortable, right? My compulsion is to be like, hi, thanks for the follow, Bobby124, or whatever their name is. And like, or like stumbling over someone's name. It's kind of funny. It can almost be a bit sometimes. And like, but I also realize it can be awkward. So I don't know. I relate to both sides, but I think there's anyone who wants to be an active member in chat, you can chat. So you still have all the power to do that. So anyway, there we go. What a meta conversation. Streamers talking about streaming. What a novel idea. Totally not a thing that ever happens. I was teasing. I totally see what you mean. I think the
the follower shout out is a thing that has been inherited from the game side where people are just trying to get the streamer's attention. Yeah, I think so a little bit. Yeah, I think so. And I think also, and this is me really stretching, but I think there's also a bit of like a cultural shift almost though of like you certain things in society should be opt-in, right? You shouldn't automatically feel like you have to talk because you're somewhere, right? You should have an opt-in toggle, right? And that opt-in is you type in chat, right? I think there's a lot of social things that are being challenged constantly just in culture and stuff of like, you know, you can do what you want and you can behave certain ways and like, you know, you aren't obligated to wear a suit everywhere that's fancy and you shouldn't be shamed for not wearing a suit all the time everywhere and like that's okay and there's sort of like a choice there and you shouldn't automatically be called out for anything that breaks a teeny tiny norm because maybe that norm isn't that important, right? Maybe we don't need to just constantly bring up all these random things like random table manners that are from like archaic times. Like, does it matter? Like, maybe don't be gross and like talk with your mouth open or talk with food in your mouth. But like, not everything is worth holding on to just because it was a norm in the past, right? And I think there's a lot of those things, and I feel like this is kind of one of them. That might be a stretch. It's probably a stretch, but that's, I don't know. It makes sense that people are more aware of a lot of these things now. That was a stretch, I realize, but I'm flipping my canvas a lot, but that's okay. Maybe this painting is going to stay very impressionistic, very loose. Anonymous follows gives you the option to opt into being recognized. Yeah, and I like that. Aaron Bunn, hello! Welcome, Raiders! Aaron Bunn paints. Aaron Bunn, what were you painting today? Also, it felt really weird to say your full name. Like, anyway. What were you painting today? Raiders, hi! You know it's Jen. Hi, Jen. Hope you're doing well. I'm in trouble. I know. Aaron Bunn paint. What have you done? Actually, that was a thing that me and Skittle. I think Skittle once asked me, what happened today? Instead of saying like, what did you paint? It's what happened. So, which made it sound like I screwed up or something. So yeah, what happened on your stream? Aaron Bunn, what happened today on your stream? Or what have you done? It's okay, I was painting a nice lily pad with a fishy and I was working on reflections. Ooh. Nice. You have been perceived. What happened? Nice. Would you like to share the fishies and the reflections? And for those just coming in, hello, my name is Joe. I rant and sometimes paint stuff. We were talking about a lot of art stuff today, and also some painting. And I do a lot of thumbnailing, and then we take our little thumbnails and then we paint on them and refine them. And yeah, so like here, let me give you a rundown of what I typically. Oh, I don't have my camera on. I have a face. Here I am. So what I typically do on stream is stuff like this. I will do like little thumbnails, little scenes, sort of sketchy paint explorations, and then we will take one of them and then we'll work on it till the end of the stream. Sometimes we'll like where we end up, sometimes we don't. Like I didn't like this one, but that's okay. We don't have to like all our paintings. But yeah, I do a lot of thumbnails, a lot of refining of thumbnails, iterative type painting. One from a while ago that I was quite happy with is this one. So we did a bunch of little thumbnails. I think we were doing like elvish architecture type vibes. we went with this one, and I liked it, and we kept painting on it, and we turn it into an actual painting. So that's kind of what I do. A lot of environments, a lot of kind of that sort of thing. I noticed that, but figured you had reverted to no cam, Joe. No, I do have a camera. I just forgot it was on. These are beautiful. Oh, thank you. I appreciate it. But yeah, feel free to art tax, share pay the tax. That's okay. It's still a work in progress. You have pics of those. Okay, no worries. No worries. You don't have to share any works in progress. Do you want to share any socials or anything? If you have any socials, you're welcome to share. And again, you also don't have to share, but you guys should go follow Erin Bunn. She's amazing. Paints fabulous stuff. I'm pretty sure I am following you, right? If I wasn't, this would be embarrassing. Okay, I am. I was gonna say, how embarrassing would it be if I wasn't already following you? Do you ever do that? You like hype someone up only to realize you're actually not even following them? I paint and spill paints a lot, so it's fun too. Nice. Ooh, here's a link tree. Okay. ErinBunnPaints.com. Watch live. Purchase paints. Okay. Purchase original paintings, art prints. Let's see what's for sale. Let's go shopping. we're shopping stream. Okay, here we go. So much for an anonymous follow. Was it not anonymous follow? Did it say it on stream? Oh wait, did it say it the follow name on stream? No way. It just said thank you for the follow, right? You outing yourself? Oh, gotcha. I see. I was gonna say I thought you meant when the person followed it, it said their name. I'm pretty sure I removed that. Okay, let's see. All collections. I don't know if this is shopping or not. Original painting. Look at these gorgeous clouds. Look at the clouds and the colors and the purples. I love that your website has you may also like. I love this. Like, although I will say, I'm not trying. Oh, sorry. Oh, I'm not sharing my screen. Look. Okay. We got art. Look at all these arts. Original paintings. Beautiful, gorgeous stuff. I love the lightning, the purple light. Oh, this is such a good painting. Oh, sold. Rest in peace. This is a great one. But look at these. But you know, I love this feature of you may also like. I will say though, and this is not really a critique of your site, but you could maybe take it as one if you wanted, but I really don't mean it as one. For a moment, I forgot that I was on your personal site, and I was like, are these by the same artist? That was my genuine thought, because for a brief, because you know how like Etsy and other sites, whenever they recommend you other things, there's like you can assume they're not always by the same person, because like I for a brief moment, just like a split second, I didn't realize that like this was your site, and so I was like, are these by the same person? I had to like double check, which is I don't, maybe that's just a me thing, I don't know. I do like that you have this though. That's super cool. It's a Shopify feature. I wonder if I can make that clearer. More by me. Yeah, maybe that would be good. More. I mean, look, you don't have to. This is not. You did not ask for me to critique your site, but I did for a brief second have to double check or think about whether these were by you, because I was hesitant to like immediately click one and start advertising someone else's art, because that would have been like, you know, streamer goof up is me talking about someone else's art. Anyway, but yeah, this is amazing. So yeah, let's click on these. clear. No, don't add a giant watermark. No, please. Oh no. Yeah, more by me could be a good thing. Anyway, this is so gorgeous. If I had $100 to spend on art at the moment, I would totally buy this. This is gorgeous. I love this. It's so good. Yeah, this one's great. That's my favorite that I've seen so far. Ooh, I love the water. Anyway, your art is gorgeous. Guys, go follow. Here, let me click this. Go follow. There is no follow button here. Go buy. No, go check out her work. That's her. And this is her work. Amazing. I love it. Knives. I appreciate the feedback. I can understand for Etsy users, they'd be like, oh, wait, I want to stay. Yeah, there's... And maybe I'm just not that used to browsing people's websites. So it could just be like, you know, a boomer moment where like, I don't know how to navigate the internet. But yeah, I find it funny because I've been trying to be... We were just talking about like trying to be aware of little things like that. And that's been something that I've been doing a lot lately where I try to be very conscious of my own experience so that I can like learn from it kind of. And it's just little things like that where I don't know, I don't know, it can be probably annoying, but also it's kind of fun. I love them all. Yeah. So yeah. Thank you so much for the raid and bring your community over. I really appreciate it. Also, speaking of painting, I haven't been doing a lot today. I feel like each stream I do less and less painting on stream. And more rambling. Oh, you know what I haven't done today? I haven't done the daily Wordle. Speaking of not doing painting on stream, let's do the connections because that's more engaging and people can struggle with me. Okay, daily connections. I will get back to painting. I just want to take a quick break while I drink my tea, and that way I can hold it with my hands. So the way connections works, if you don't know how connections works, ooh, foreground. Foreground. Are there word things? Had ground as, no, took in, no, never mind. It's not foreground. Okay. Okay. Forward, no. Okay, you're muting you. Oh no! Oh no! Okay, that's fine. Good luck. GL. Okay, for is a prefix, is a thing you yell in golfing. For, is that what you yell? I don't know. What else is for? Anyway. You could be for or against. I don't know. That's not how you spell for. I don't know what for means. Word. That could be an acknowledgement of like back in the day, people like, word up. Word. Deposit, to, I don't know, it's a bank term. You put away, deposit. You could also withdrawal. Ooh. Withdrawal, transfer, balance. Those are tabs on your bank thing. So bank stuff. Things you can look at. You can transfer, you can deposit, you can withdraw, you can do a withdrawal, or you can... Is it withdraw or withdrawal? I don't know. Or balance. I think that's probably bank stuff. You could put away, but there... I don't... Is there... There's not. Okay, I like that one. That's probably one of them. We are gonna... I'm gonna try to do the Hank Green reverse rainbow. So this is... This, I'm gonna put that in the corner. That way we can try to get the others. Screen. I think of sunscreen. Sun word. That's sun horse? No. For... I don't know. Screen is a basketball term, but we're not going to have more terms like that. Had to. You had something. You as well, also, to. Besides had. Are these like besides, also, to, Had doesn't work though. To boot. So like I had money to boot extras. I had money as well. No, that's not. Is that how you use that phrase? I don't know what that means. Horse 8. Gosh, I'm struggling here. Isn't 4 also what you yell in a golf swing? Yeah, but you don't yell any of these other things. None of these have anything to do with you took in, you put away. Oh, that's a thing. To boot. Transfer, deposit, withdrawal, balance. Took in. It's funny how sometimes in these words you can sense the connection, but you don't really know what it is. Like, as well, to boot. Besides, too. I don't know what that would be. It doesn't have to be that. Put away, took in. Transfer, deposit. Or maybe it's not. Maybe this is like you could a withdrawal. A deposit is also to put away. Right? And a withdrawal could also be taken. Took in. Withdrawal is that past tense? I made a withdrawal. I took in. I put. That's the opposite. No, I think it's got to be bank stuff. Here, let's just try it. Transfer, deposit, balance. I'm going to not do the reverse rainbow. Okay, that is ATM options. Okay. So I was correct on that. It was not deposit and put away. Okay. 2 as well. Besides. No. Are these like besides the point? Are these just like what part of speech is this? 4 as therefore as well 2 and also besides the point is that like besides the point as well 2 as well besides yeah let's try that. No, it's not. 1 away as well 2 besides 4 had. Oh gosh, instead of besides, beside as well 2 had. What does that mean though? Had. That wasn't even correct. Hold on. Oh wait, this gives us info. Besides is definitely in the group. Because this is not 3 away. This was 3 away. Besides the point. Therefore. Oh, because it said when I guessed it, it said 3 away. It see where it says already guessed? When you guess it and it's wrong, it wiggles at you and then it says 3 away. Or it says it said 1 away, not 3 away. It said 1 away. This says already guessed though. But when I guessed this one or whatever it was, I guessed that. It didn't say that. It just wiggled at me without any 1 away. So this means that only 2 of these are correct. This one, there's 3 correct. To boot is besides. Is that it then? Two, 4 as well. Maybe it's this. Do you guys think it's this? As well, to boot, 2 besides. Oh, it was also. Okay, we got it. Took in, 8, consumed, had, put away. Oh, food terms. It's literally like I had food. I took in, I consumed, words to consume, right? You took in, you ate, you had, you put away. Okay, we got it. I don't know why that took me so long. The second this has to be it, right? This is going to be yellow. This is purple. So word, horse, for, screen. Forehead, horsehead, screen head? No. Screen. What is this one? Word? What's the connector here? We can get this. Word up. No, horse up. No. Word. Horse. What's a word for horse? They could be things. Well, this is always the hardest category, right? This could be things to do with like sports, like. No, word up is what I said. Maybe they're half of a compound word. Yeah, exactly. I think they are a half of a compound word. Sunscreen, sun for no, sun horse. TV, screen time, horse time. No, word. They wordplay, horseplay, screen. Oh, that's it. That's it. You got it. Hey, Flick, how's it going? You got it. Casey with the connector. She knew the answer. That was good. See, sometimes they just come to you, and I don't. That's always tough. That category, but it's fun. It's a miracle I actually understood a thing. Well, I didn't have to, but I wanted to guess the final theme. Yeah, I like to try and guess what the theme is, right? We like to try and get the theme. And we don't have to. We were talking earlier about like the, process versus the destination. That's an example of that. I want to try to challenge myself and like, can I get this if we think about it? Now obviously I'm cheating because I'm using you guys. So you guys are helping me, but yeah, we're enjoying it. We're trying to get the most out of it. Let's do the Wordle. So Wordle is something I would never cheat at because we don't need to cheat because Wordle is not terribly difficult. So let's just start with the word cheat. Can you imagine if the word was cheat? That'd be funny. Trunk. Trunk. I always like the word trunk. I don't know. I could use you guys to help me guess, but I think I'm just gonna put some words in here. Apparently not very good words. Stomp. What if after I'm just saying how easy this game is, what if we just fail right here? Okay, so blank blank OT blank. TH is out of the question. Uh-oh. Is it a TY word? No, because that's always TTY. O? Wait, no, it can't be motto. Am I confused? Photo. No, it can't be photo. There's no P or H. It doesn't have to be O, but it okay. Oh, you just had one guess. The final, yeah. Okay. B blotto, bloto, blot, glotto, glot. Is there double O? Is there OTT words like glot or something? No, it can't be glot. There's no T at the end. Could be a Y, but most T words with a Y is double T's. Oi. No. Biota. No, it can't be biota. Bioto? No. What in the world? Loto. It can't be quota. I'm so no. What's happening? Whoa, my goodness! I'm struggling with this one. FL Flow Floto Flotto. I think I got it. Yeah, yeah. Once we think of a word, uh, okay, maybe it's not OTO. Maybe it's OT. Deity. Deity? No, that's not how you spell deity. This is what you get for saying, well, I mean, look, we're not going to fail it, right? We might be sitting here for an hour, but we're not going to fail. If I can think of a word, it's going to be the correct one, I think, because I don't think there's probably really any other words. But it is something, something, OT, something. And it can't be like OTD, for example, or OTW. These aren't suffixes, right? So there's not that many things it can be. No, axolotl. No. What about an I? I can't even think of a single word that ends in OTI. Bioto. It's not a word. Bloto. Bloto is not a word. What about bloto? Bloto's not a word. Bloto. D. L. Is there? Oh, maybe there's two O's. OOTO. Tootie. Booty. Goody. Gooty. Looty. Booty. Booty. It's booty. Booty's the answer. Is the answer actually booty? Yeah, it's booty. Okay. I was like, what in the way? I couldn't think of words that was not double T's, but okay. That's what we get. We got it. Good job, team. Although technically no one actually helped me that time. Those double vowel, yeah, double letters get you. You guys were allowed to help guests, by the way. That is, I do allow that. I don't mind a little bit of helping on the games because I need all the help I can get. I kind of feel like back here there should be a bright, some building or something in the back. It's really just illuminated. Ooh, we're getting somewhere with this. This kind of reminds me of that last painting I just finished, right? Where we have the shape of a thing, like this one. That didn't come out the way I wanted it to. The shape of a thing. Not at all what I meant. we have a oh no, I'm losing it. But no, just having something like a giant tower back here. That's oh no. Oh no. I hope the stream's been good. Hey, Skittle, it's good. You're late, you're not late. You're right on time. Hope you're doing well. How's your day going? Trying to think like what if we do like a I have an idea. Like a some sort of building. I'm trying to think. How do I want to approach this? We could do a more like elvish architecture where we do like shapes, stuff, rounded. I'm trying to do contours. Going well. Been working on some arting as usual. Nice. Oh, we're getting raided. Bots and magic. Oh my lands. Speaking of magic. No, I think last time I named my stream Oh My Land, Skittle was asking if it was Magic the Gathering related. Bots and magic, how's it going? Hope you're doing well. How's your day? What were you working on? Hey, Bots is here. Yeah, Bots, how are you? What were you working on? So this is gonna be some sort of far off building or something. But if I do that, then maybe this needs to be a little bit softer in the light. And we can get some funky lighting. I don't know. I'm not actually sold on whatever it is I'm painting here. But I do like the idea of distant, like, I wouldn't want to say planetariums. That's not the word. Like greenhouse type things, and sort of a softness. And also look at this little. This is kind of a happy accident, but I like this. Speaking of, okay, this is a fun. This is something that happens a lot in art. Where you try something, and you see something that is an interesting idea, and then you take that and then you duplicate it, or you continue to paint it intentionally. So like this little thing here was kind of unintentional, where it's like the light edge of a cloud with the darker edge in between, the more gray. So I could take that and I could make these little clouds if I wanted. Maybe they're a little bit darker, you know, something like that. And then on the edge, I come along here and I put like a little bit of bright to show that they're being lit in that way. Like that's something that clouds do quite a bit. And so that's like a thing I can do intentionally. Maybe this is softer in here as well. Anyway, I don't know if I actually want that there, but yeah. Yeah, it's like you find a little pattern or a thing. And I actually do this a lot with colors. We were doing studies of Suit and how to drop people in them. Oh, you should totally share if you'd like, or you can drop a link to your stream, not stream. I mean, you could link to your stream. Oh, also Ox Machina, hello, Bots Raid, welcome in Raiders. Bots, thank you for bringing your community over. Yeah, you can drop a link to your socials if you'd like, or a direct link to what you were working on if you have a screenshot or something, or a photo. But yeah. Another thing, speaking of like the happy accent type things, one thing that I like to do, and I don't know if I can demonstrate in this painting, because this painting doesn't have the greatest of colors. So I just kind of artificially did a thing so I can demonstrate an idea. So this isn't really going to happen in here, but sometimes. Let's do this. Let's see if I can. Sometimes when you're painting, you'll stumble across a section, especially if you're painting digitally, where you'll have like a color in here. and your brain will say, this looks kind of pink. But you'll color pick it and it won't be pink, right? Because color theory and all that. But sometimes your brain will say, this kind of looks pink and purple. Well, that's kind of a neat color. Like, what if I were to take the pink that I'm actually seeing, or that I think I see, and add it back in here? Like, what if I put a little bit of pink in here, right? And you can pretty much be certain that it's gonna work because your brain is already seeing pink, right? And so this is like happy accident leads to color harmony kind of thing. I like doing that where you or maybe you see a little bit of this like pink and blue, and you're like, oh, that's nice. And what if I then include this elsewhere in here? And that's you know these colors are gonna work because it kind of already does, right? Because they anyway. So that's something that happens quite often. Again, I don't actually want pink there, but that was just an example where you take a color that kind of sort of looks like it, and then you dial up that color by making it actually a little tiny bit of that color. You put like an accent there. I don't know. That's something that I've been doing for quite a while, and I feel like it works pretty well. So yeah, I wonder if anybody else does that thing. Like, how else do we play with, you know, happy accidents in art and like learn from them and find little things to take away? Okay, Bots and Magic. Here's Bots and Magic. Oh, these are so good. Look at the poses. Oh my goodness, look at this. Look at that. They're all so good. Oh my goodness. Look at also, not only are these like, they look extremely precise, but they're loose. They look loose. They have tons of gesture. They're fluid. But they also feel like they're drawn to precision. But also, I love the dark shapes of like the underside of the coat, like this the sparing use of shadow shapes. Oh, it's so good. The whole thing is just, oh, these are great. I'm like I am jealous of your skills. These are so good. Teach me. Teach me your ways. Can I just like, I just need to, I need to stop by your, here, am I following you? I don't know if I am. I don't think I am. No, I am a wait, no, you're a follower of me. Am I a follower of you? Let me go to your stream and see. Follow. I wasn't following you. Now I am. Okay. Yeah, I'm, okay, that's amazing. Your work is so good. I need to like absorb the knowledge, so I will probably stop by your stream someday. And then I'm gonna ask you to teach me how to paint or how to draw. This is so good. I think what gets me about this isn't like I feel like there's a lot of people with, you know, good gesture and line art and expressions, but I feel like there's a level of consistency here. I don't know how to describe it. It's just so good. Like the perspective on this character is just perfect, I feel like. I was like, Joe, doing, are you kidding me? If this was my, oh my gosh, I would be, oh my gosh. I wish this was my art. So good. Okay, I'm inspired. No, Chakiri, how are you? By the way, long time no see. If you guys also don't know Chakiri, go follow her because she's awesome. Speaking of characters and portraits and stuff, Chakiri, how have you been? So many good artists in chat, by the way. Just throwing that out there. Speaking of which, if anybody does art and would like to share their art, even if you're not a streamer and you're not trying to self-promo or anything, that's okay. You can just share what you've been working on, and I love to see it. I can't promise I'm going to share everything on stream, but I do like to follow people and see what people are working on. So yeah, if you have like an Instagram or Blue Sky or ArtStation that you'd like to drop, I'd love to see it. You have to grab food, but this looks as amazing as always. No, thank you. I appreciate it. Thanks again for bringing your community over. Thank you for the raid. I really appreciate it. And thank you for the follows, by the way. Okay, so I am going to take some highlights here and just make shapes kind of like I did with actually maybe I don't know what I want to do here. I do want whatever my detail shapes are around this, I definitely want them to follow the contour, right? Because I want to describe the form a little bit. But I also think this would be cool to do like some sort of trees in here, almost like a greenhouse effect, where we have all these not greenhouse effect. Uh, just like a greenhouse in here where we have the trees, you know, showing through a little bit in here. It's a little bit darker on the inside, or a little bit lighter, I should say, with some obscured shapes. But and then you have like some shininess coming over it, and then, but also maybe down here we have some overlap, right? We like our overlap in environment art. For anyone who doesn't know, that is probably one of my favorite, and I think it's the most important, but I'm not going to make a claim objectively. I think it's one of the most important ways to show depth in environments is just adding that overlap. You don't have to put everything on the ground. You can put things in front of other things. Every time there's something in front of something else, your brain is going to be like, therefore there must be distance between it, you know? Especially if the sizes change. But anyway. So yeah. Maybe this one has a little bit of like a top thingy. I don't know what you call that. A top part. An apex. A thingy at the top. That, I don't know, maybe not. Maybe we don't want that there. Sometimes I don't know. Sometimes I'm just making shapes and they don't turn out good. Although I do feel like if this were a real building, there absolutely would be a little cap at the top. But I don't know if I want to draw that. If that'll be a thing that looks any good at all. Okay, there's that. Some of this stuff's getting a little bit loose or a little bit soft. For some reason I wanted to say loosey goosey, but I don't think that's what this is getting. It's getting a little soft. Where the shapes are not being super defined. Not that we need super defined shapes, but it would be nice to have some amount of implied detail. And again, maybe just some shapes here. I don't know. I probably didn't plan my perspectives that well here. Because, like, this should have had another line through, shouldn't have it? Because this is at least on the periphery. It'll make it 2/3 of the way through. Or ish. There, we'll go like that.
Just adding another one in here. There. And of course, this can get a little bit convoluted because we do see the stuff behind it. Something like that. I'm just trying to add little like filigree type stuff here. And again, not really detail because it's not precision, right? There's no preciseness here, unlike bots and magic. Your work is always so refreshing and magical to me. Oh, thank you, Takiri. That means a lot. It means a lot because you are also an inspiration to me. Your looseness, the flowiness of your work. I really like the way that you work, so it's very nice to hear nice things from someone who I admire your work. Was that a sentence? That was a sentence. Yeah. But yeah, I'm just trying to add little like lines and indicators here. This is something that I've been trying to do more of, is not so much detail, but more of a, like, I guess like a detail hierarchy where like there's little shapes back here and little things. And even if they're just little like, you know, chicken scratch marks, that can go a long way in the composition to like break up bigger shapes and add little things. Or, you know, maybe if I just put the shapes on this side, it'll show like lighting. So yeah. So that's kind of what I'm doing on this side. And then on this side, it can, of course, be a little darker. We don't actually need all the stuff. In fact, we could probably even put some literal dark shapes here. But anyway, so there's that. And then maybe some buildings or something back here. I don't know. I'm kind of just going with the flow here. I'm not really sure what the scene is, other than it feels like a greenhouse in the distance. I also kind of like these shapes. Some of these trees here are kind of cool. I wonder if I can replicate them in some way back here as well. Ooh, maybe there's like a path back here. This could be like a campus, like a greenhouse. You know, maybe there's like a... like, if there was like a campus or type thing back here, where there's little like paths and you know, there's obviously foliage over here. But you can kind of see off in the distance of like, oh, maybe there's like a way over there. Something like that. But yeah, also thank you for the follow just a moment ago. Or a few moments ago. Yeah, I'm not sure what these big tree things are. I do like that shape for some reason. It's kind of nice. I think also there's some value issue here. The painting is a little flat in values. It's 5 p.m. here and I haven't eaten today. Oh no! Go eat! Please feed yourself. Food is important. So what I'm trying to do now is I'm kind of adjusting some values. If I make my screen grayscale, this is something whenever I paint environments I always try to do. Whenever you make your screen grayscale, you should have, in my opinion, you should be able to see where like lines of foreground, midground, background are. So for example,
if I want this to be on a hill and everything back here is further away, I need to be able to see that line in value, right? It needs to be a distinctive, like, right? I could make this all darker, for example. Which is probably what I'll do. Maybe. I don't know. Let's try it. Let's do this. Let's make a new layer. It doesn't have to be super dark, by the way. It just, this is just, this might be too green. And I am painting in, I'm literally painting in grayscale, by the way. Like, I mean, I'm not using gray, but this is what I see. This is not what I see. Right? Now I see grayscale, but you guys don't. Now I see color, and you guys do too. Okay, I'm gonna try to bring in like a warm yellow. I did the pick a color for a thumbnail earlier. Oh, do you want the hex code now? Oh, you can give me the hex code now. Yeah, I wasn't even looking for that, but yeah, yeah, feel free to toss me a hex code. That works. If you need a hex picker, there's one here. You could even give me a color palette, to be honest, and that'd be okay. Okay, let's do that. All right. I will... One moment. Let me... save this. I'm gonna load up my thumbnails. Because this is technically not a thumbnail. This is just a... This is the painting I'm working on. Did I crash? No. I'm still here. Okay, let me load up my... I don't know. You know what? We'll add it to next streams because we're still doing like we've already voted on the thumbnail. So let's be fair. And oh gosh, we're getting it close to the 800th stream. A lot of streams. Okay. So, pick a color for a thumbnail. What is the color here? Let's take a look. Ooh, that's a very nice teal color. Look at that. Look at that color. That's a good color. Okay. 800 streams. Yeah, that's a lot of streams. That's, yeah. Stream every 3 days. Or every 3 days a week. For 52 weeks, 150 streams. Yeah, I've been doing it for a long time. Like 5 years or something. It's a lot of streams. It's been a lot of fun, honestly. Yeah. Seems like a lot, isn't it? Is that a lot? Do I have a problem? Okay. Your discipline is always inspiring. I mean, I think of it more, again, I've expressed this point of view a lot. I don't think of it as discipline. I think of this as, like, I don't know, I want to do it, right? It's like, it's a thing I do. I stream art. I hang out with cool artists on Twitch who also do art, and I get to ramble. And people get to share things. I don't know. I like it. I'm heating up a baked potato. It is some kind of food. Nice. Okay, let's add some. So we're gonna use obviously this blue, right? But I'm not just this blue because that would make no sense. Let's do. I mean, it would make sense. I could just do a monochrome painting, but that's no fun. We want to get this blue in here. It could be flowers. Maybe that's what we'll do. Maybe we'll put some flowers in here. Trying to pick some colors and mix them in a way that is a little unusual. You know? That's one thing I like to do with these because it is sort of an experiment in a way. There's lots of color experimentations you know, getting a little bit of an unusual color palette that maybe I don't use a lot. There definitely needs to be some warmth in here, though. That is just not working for me. Trying to think. You know what? Let's do this. Let's raise the roof. No, let's raise the horizon line up a little bit. Shakiri, I don't know if you're still here, but what sort of art stuff have you been doing lately? Have you done anything? Have you been doing any art? Or have you been doing other life stuff instead of art? I feel like time zones and stuff make it so it's hard to keep up with people. How about a yellow lantern? Yeah, we can maybe do some yellow in here. Some warmth? Yeah, for sure. Just making some sort of ledge or something. Shakiri says, only recently working on a com and made it into refining the blob stage. Ooh, nice. I love your blob stages. You have such good blobs. If you guys don't know what I'm talking about, and that sounded like a stupid sentence, well, it was a stupid sentence, but here, I feel like we have... Shakiri, can I share your work? I know this is weird because you didn't stream, and I'm just like wanting to... Just making you feel awkward by me wanting to like gush about your art for a moment. But can I gush about your art for a moment? Okay, I don't know if you use Instagram that much. But I don't care because this is the place that I'm looking at your work on. Okay, guys, look at Shakiri's work. Her portrait stuff, or not portrait, these are like figures and color palettes. The loose blobby sketches. Look at this. Look at the blobby sketches that turns into like, I don't know. I just love it. I love the way you paint. You add little patterns and stuff. I did purge your Instagram, and I don't think I posted much recently. That's okay. You know, I just love the way you make things come to life. I don't like that phrase, but yeah, it's so good. I mean, I realized I didn't stick through the whole process there, but like, look at this. The faces, I mean, these were for Huevember, so that's why they're all monochrome. But you get stuff like this where you have, and just look, the lighting, it's so good. The shapes, the colors, the looseness, the blobbiness, nice amounts of, you know, focus and crispness, but then you have this super loose stuff around here. It's so good. Like all the stuff. It's all just inspiring. I love it. I love all of it. Every single thing you do. Here, you were playing with shapes, I assume, but look at, yeah, I don't know. Yeah, Shakiri is a huge inspiration. Just your use of color, and I mean, this is, you know, only from 3 years ago, or from 3 years ago, but it's like, just so good. Shaw's use of color and form is amazing. It really is. It's just that it goals. My screen was flip-flopping around. But yeah, anyway. So yeah, definitely follow Shakiri.
Oh, here's an old portrait sketch. Okay, let's take a look. Go follow. Am I following you on Blue Sky? I actually don't know because oh, okay, I am. Oof. Oh, look at this. Look at this. Oh, it's so good. I love the little colors, the bits of color in here, the teals, the subtle blues. You know what's cool? This is I mean, I don't think this is actually how you work, but see these little bits of color? I bet, and I don't know for sure, but if you were to color pick it, right, you're not the whole blue streak here. It's not all blue. I mean, you probably put down a blue, over it, but because it's soft, probably the only real blue is like that little tiny highlight, right? Everything else feels blue. But like, and same for like the greens, right? You have some greenish colors in here. I can see you clearly started with greens, but like at some point they kind of get lost, but then you kind of bring them back. You like pull out the greens into like these little highlights and you add them back. Or I was kind of talking about this, and again, I don't know. I'm not gonna presume to say that's what exactly you do, but I was kind of ranting or rambling about this today, where like sometimes you can feel like there's a color, maybe it's your underpainting, right? And maybe it's like a purple or something, and it's just very, very lightly showing through. And then you can like start to work that color like into a thing, right? My God, that was gorgeous. What did are you complimenting your own work? Oh, this one? Thank you. It's like I thought there was a delay and I put your art on screen and you're like, God, that was gorgeous. I'm like, yeah, that's why I'm sharing it. Yes, your work is amazing. No, oh, thank you. Thanks. Yeah, no, this is the last piece that I actually finished. And it's very similar to what I'm doing today with the little stuff. Bruh. Bruh. Look, I did little patterns on the horse. Little horse. I drew a character. Sounds like shot of me. Yeah. Sharing people's art and then they're like, wow, I'm gonna do that. Next time I'm in Skittles stream and I share art, after he asks for art tax, I'm then going to proclaim, wow, that's gorgeous, after he puts my art on screen. Who's this? No, just kidding. I would never do that. I would feel so awkward. I'm pretty sure I would die if I did that. You know who's amazing? Me. No, anyway, no. Go follow Shakiri. Shakiri's amazing. Here, let's close some of this and not save. But yeah, thank you. I'm happy with this one. This is probably my favorite painting in recent days. In this year, in the last 3 months and 31 days, to be precise. I think it's on. Not I'm just on a self promo. There we go. I've got an imprint. All right, back to painting. But yeah, see, it's very similar to these thingies, like old elven architecture. It's so atmospheric and dreamy. Yeah, I was pretty happy with the colors in it. Again, started out with blobs. I do like the warmth. Normally, when I do paintings, I have like I start with like a distinct, light and dark, warm, cool kind of tone, like it doesn't even matter what color I pick. It's almost always like some form of blue or purple or dark, cool colors, and then some form of light-ish versions of like yellows or oranges or reds, right? And then from there, I just start playing around. I think this one I did it differently, right? Because this one, even in my shadows, it's extremely, there's no objectively cool, right? It's all relatively, it's cooler, I think. Well, technically not, probably, right? Because this is, I don't know. I guess maybe, I don't know. But anyway, in the shadows, right?
they're very warm, right? Lots of oranges, lots of green, green, yellows, purples, pinks. And so it is a little different than how I normally do things. So I was pretty happy with it. But yeah, that's my, yeah. Whereas this one, right, very distinct, warm, cool. This is how I start a lot of paintings. I think for that one though, what I actually did is I just took it might literally be what I did is I took like an airbrush and I just started like with a very saturated color and I just started painting like this into the scene. And I just kind of very lightly slapped in some colors. And because like I do want, for example, in here, I do want warmth, right? And so this is actually something that would be nice. It's just a matter of how much do I want to do that. So at some point in my painting process, I do like to, push the colors a little bit, play around with them. So yeah, that's a thing. Okay, let's try this. Let's go very dark. Dark and warm. Warm and dark? Is this not feeling that dark? Let's go teensy tiny bit darker. And what I'm doing now is I'm just I'm kind of just playing around in the foreground here. I want to push the shapes, get the lighting to look interesting. I don't know. This is also something that I sometimes forget. Whenever I have things like way above my eye line, right, way above us, I always want to like remember like if I'm gonna paint details, right, I want to actually make the lines and the contours and show that like we're looking up at this thing, right? These shapes are above us. And again, you don't have to like contour everything. But I find that that's something that I want to get better at, sort of this expressive, very gestural mark making, where I can quickly imply certain shapes and forms. Maybe there's some back here as well. Some similar shapes. I'm trying to repeat shapes. Something like that. And also this, I mentioned it earlier today, but I want to repeat it because I think it might be a fun, maybe somebody will care. I when I found this thing that I really enjoy lately, and I don't know if anyone else does this, where whenever you're drawing or painting and you start to refine something, instead of making it full size, like I did scale it up and I made it larger, but I still put the gray border around it so that I can treat it as like a process or a progress painting, right? It's like, so in my brain, this isn't me refining. This is me still thumbnailing. But even though this is still is full size, right? So I can treat it much more loosely. I'm not too precious about it. And I kind of forget that I'm actually detailing, or that I'm trying to make, define things. And so I treat it, it's much easier for me to keep treating it loosely. I don't know if you guys do that. But that's something that I've been doing a lot lately, and I've been finding that it really helps me. Helps me not be too precious about the work. Because like if I crop it, right? If I were to come in here like this, something about it being full screen is like, this is decided. I have solidified my choices. I can't change things. I can't do big sweeping adjustments. But as a thumbnail, oh, anything's up for grabs, right? Like I can make big shape changes. I could, you know, cut across my painting. Like it doesn't matter. And so yeah, I find the longer I can hold off and you know, cropping it, the better. And as always, if anybody wants to share any art, please do. We are... Ooh, it's the sad violin music. I'm trying to add some of that blue in here under the shadows of the plants. Because that's... Sometimes plants get some really gorgeous shadows. Skittle said the question for Cha is MH Wild's art win Monster Hunter. Oh, have you been playing Monster Hunter? Shakira, you've been no lifing Monster Hunter? How is it, by the way? Do you all do much fan art of games you play or favorite movies? That's a good question. I don't. Do you? I don't. No, I don't play. Should I? No, I don't play. So do I do fan art of games and stuff? I mean, not really, but sometimes I get the urge to, and then I realize I don't actually want to. I don't know. I waffle on my ideas of whether I should or not. I don't know. I'm going to do some fan art though. I somewhat promised, maybe promised, Kirsty does art. I don't know her actual screen. I think Kirsty art. Kirsty does. Anyway, I promised Kirsty that I will do a Hollow Knight fan art in May, because she's doing a Hollow Knight fan art month. She's like creating like an official page for it, and it's like being a big thing. And so I may do some Hollow Knight fan art in May. I know it's bold, but maybe if I decide against it, she'll just forget about it. But no, I think I want to. I want to try it. I didn't make any like big, final paintings. That's gonna be like it's not it's not a commission. But yeah, so that's the thing. No, I do want to do it, but if I change my mind, then oh no, that's not how art promises work. I know, I was teasing. I don't think I'll change my mind. And I did tell her that I probably am not gonna do like a final painting, or like I'll just do like a 1-day stream paint where, and maybe if I like it I will keep working on it, but there's no promise to like make it a finished rendered piece, I would, yeah, I actually tried playing it, and I don't know, I kind of liked it. I didn't not like it. I have the game, I just haven't really played many hours in it at all, because it was hard. Maybe, I mean, do I admit it? Like, maybe the reason I didn't like it because I sucked at it? No, I don't think that's why. I think I did suck at it, though. I absolutely was awful. I never even got a good sense of the controls. But no, I like the game, and it's gorgeous. It's such a gorgeous game. It clearly is super well made. It's it's obviously a great game. And I do want to give it more chance. Everyone sucks at it at first. Yeah, I'm sure. I mean, at least you tried, though. Yeah. No, I do want to play more of it, though. And that's kind of actually why I made an art promise to do some fan art of it, is because it's going to force me to play the game to gather references and sort of you know, like get into it again or try to. Like because I'm the type of person where like if I'm gonna do art of something and I know that there's a game out there, like I'm gonna play the game, right? I'm gonna do the thing. I'm not gonna just like completely like half-ass the art. I don't know. Like I will play the game in order to better understand the vibe, the feeling of it. I like to do a little bit of, I guess research. Even if it's for something like, especially if it's for fan art, right? Because fans are hardcore. Like you get something wrong, my goodness, like they might show up at your doorstep or something. And so yeah, I mean, I want to make sure I do some sort of due diligence for it. Like, people take Hollow Knight seriously. So yeah, I'm definitely gonna end up playing the game. Something's not right. The colors could be more colored. What if I do this? What if I do an overlay? Grab a red. Oh, you want to know how I got the colors in that last painting I did? Here we go. Overlay. Isn't overlay great? It just color modes in general. Look what they can do. They can just put in all these colors. Oh my goodness. It's like a sunset. Is this too close to this other one? Are you worried that mobs will pop outside your window? Maybe. Because I won't say the chances are 0. Yeah. No, these aren't too close. I do like the colors here. They are nice. I want to be a little bit careful with the saturation, I think, in the direct light. What about the blue? Should the blue be more blue? Or should it be less blue? Thinking less blue. I don't know. When in doubt, more blue. More color. More color, the better, right? Isn't that like a saying or something? More color, more better? Probably not. I don't think that's a saying. I think I just made that up. But it should be a saying. More color, more better. That's how you... That's like the beginner's guide to color theory. More color, more better. No, I'm actually kidding. In some ways, that's actually opposite. I do not follow that advice. I don't believe that. There's actually a lot of grays in here, right? All of these colors are very, very, if you look over here on this side of the color wheel, it's very gray. And so there's actually, it's the subtleties in the gray and the colors what makes it interesting. And if it looks nice to you, it's not because there's more color. I don't know, what is the most saturated thing in the paint? Probably these flowers. Yeah, probably this flower right here. So I'm going to take that color and make little spirals. There we go. Just little flowers. And then I can always render them later if I want. Put some lines under here. This really inspires me to draw backgrounds, which I hate because I'm bad at. You can do it. I'm also very happy to ramble about anything if you have any questions about how I do it or how I think about stuff. So yeah, always feel free to ask stuff if you want to draw an environment and like I don't know how to begin, or like here's my idea, how would you approach it? Right? I love answering questions like that.
Oh, also, I was doing a color sketch. Sorry, this was supposed to be a thumbnail. Let's go back to this one. I was doing a color thumbnail. So whoever redeemed a color thumbnail, I kind of forgot about it. But now I'm doing it again. Some sort of weird pathway or walkway or something. On like the ledge of a mountain, maybe. Maybe not that. Maybe this path curves here, and then we have another perspective thingy back here. So it's like a weird, creepy path into the middle of nowhere. And then maybe over here, maybe there's some other paths. And then maybe there's some like things, I don't know, just upward. Maybe there's some a stairway up here. I like my stairs because they add nice repetition of lines. I'm a big stair fan. Yes, I can nerd out about staircases and art to the end. Some old ancient ruins or something. Had some atmosphere, right? So I made my shapes, but I realized they were too dark. They're almost as dark as the foreground. And so I'm pushing this back. I take this background color that is the right value, and I just lightly paint it on top. Just to push them back a bit. And I can always come back in and bring out some additional darkness, but for the most part, that'll work. So there's that. So yeah, there's this. I actually feel like... Oops. So I'm thinking about mood here. So this is something that I do a lot with environments, and it's one of the reasons why I paint in color. Because I really like mood. I like, you know, a lot of when you think of a feel, right, or a feeling, right, a lot of it, to me, is easily communicated in color, not actually what you're painting. And so I like to sort of get the overall lightness and darkness of a painting. Like this painting, if it's going to be dark and gloomy feeling, which is what the colors make me feel, it would make me feel that more if there was a lot less light, right? Like more overcast. You know, I can still have the same colors, exact same color palette, but I'm emphasizing the lack of light, right? To give that gloominess more. And that's kind of... I do that a lot, where I don't just think about the color, but I think more about the value. You know, is it 10% light and 90% dark, or is it the opposite, right? Some paintings are overblown with light, and you get a little bit of dark shadows, but everything else is bright and overexposed, right? There's a distinct difference between, like, you know, like walking out, you know, imagine like you're in a dark room and you open up a door to the, you know, outside world, and the sun's out there, and it's like, oh my gosh, it's so bright, right? Where everything feels like it's white, right? That's a different feeling than just like once your eyes adapt and it you know, you take in the light and the dark and your eyes adjust, and pretty soon it's not, you know, it doesn't feel overexposed, right? If you want to make something, like, there's a different feeling there, right? And that's, I like playing with that, right? I like playing with the, you know, like how much light's hitting your eyes. So yeah, that's when people talk about values. But anyway, here, yeah, this is a fun painting. Reminds me of Ofenkarn, home to Radukar the Wolf. Oh, interesting. I don't know that. Oh, it does remind me of Warped Forest in Minecraft. It's totally the same color palette. Yeah, totally same color palette. I just played a little bit. I played like 10 minutes. You know, So they have released a new Minecraft, like, or they're going to release a new uh Minecraft patch here in like a couple months with the Happy Ghast, which you can, like, the ghast from the Nether that you can ride in or ride on, and you can, it's like kind of cute. It can exist in the overworld. It doesn't try to kill you. You and your friends can ride on top of it. You can use it for building. It's kind of like a hot air balloon, and you can just put a saddle on it. Anyway, I was like, but they also added some additional updates. Is the patch for Java or Bedrock? It's both. It'll be both, but it's coming in. It's like the summer drop or whatever they call it. The spring drop. Maybe it's the spring one. But anyway, it's coming in a few months. I guess it's already on like the test server thingies. But anyway, the point I was making is there was also some additional updates that are out that I wanted to experience, and so I just logged back in. I played for like 10 minutes and then I logged out. But I don't know why. That wasn't much of a story. But it was but yeah, this totally does. Maybe that 10-minute session inspired me to, you know, maybe this, it gave me that idea. Well, I guess not really, because I didn't pick the colors here. This blue color was picked by somebody else. But anyway, here's a thumbnail. I like that one. That's fun. Actually, I really like this thumbnail. It'll be for next stream, though. Putting in some dark blues in here. I don't know if the dark blues are going to be good in here. It might be a little bit wild, but it's okay. Because we have all this warmth, and then we have, like, weird dark blues. I don't know. I think my warms and cools are getting a little out of whack. That's okay. Experiments, that's what I'm doing. Playing around with stuff, seeing how it works. Little bits of bringing the sky in here. Or this is another thing that's super important. Well, maybe not super important. I think it's important for environments, is to bring in the environment. Actually, we were talking about, somebody said they struggle to do environments, right? Because environments can be hard. I do think thinking about light and shadow is by far the biggest benefit to painting environments. Because, for example, if you have, you know, color up here in the sky, that is directly affecting your shadows, right? I think maybe you can get away a little bit in, like, character art where you don't really think about your shadow color because you can just pick any color. But when you have a sky and it's affecting everything in the scene, there's a consistency that has to happen. And so suddenly you actually do have to think about it, because if you're painting a tree and it has a shadow, it needs to be affected by a similar light if you're painting a character by a shadow, right? So you can't just pick a pleasing color for the tree and a different pleasing color for this thing, right? There's an element of, like, the colors sort of permeate throughout the whole painting. And that's something that I find is probably hard for a lot of people because they're not used to thinking in that way. I mean, everyone says it, you know, ooh, you know, pay attention to your light source, know what it is, but, like, you can get a long way without doing that. These are some weird, funky trees. I kind of like them. Oh, I just made that too goalposty. Let's go like this.
trying to knock back this shape a little bit. A lot of leaves have these bright, they'll really catch the light. It's almost shiny. So I'm just trying to add some little shiny bits in here, bits and bobs. All the bits and bobs of leaves. Right, like, for example, if this was a real leaf, it would be totally reflecting the skylight, right? And so you'd have, like, little bits of purple in here, down in here, right? Speaking of ambient light, right, the skylight, like, because this is a shiny material, we're getting even more of that purple-blue in here. So yeah, you'd have all sorts of shine and lighting. Same in here, right? Leaves in the shadows. You can inject some purples and stuff. But also some warms, some more warm colors because it is right on the edge of the light, and so you're gonna get some of those colors to bounce back from that lighting in here. So you're gonna get all these a myriad of colors. Anyway, I love this stuff. I might have gone overboard with those shapes right there, though. Let's go a little more yellow. I don't know if I can get away with it. I think I can. I think I can. I think I can. Oh, yeah. Look at that. Adding in some of these brighter greens. Warmer, bright greens. Warm and bright greens. Again, don't want to go too crazy. I do want to direct the eye, right? We got our main focal point here with all the little bits of color and light and shiny stuff. And some of these are we do want our shapes to be bold, right? But yeah, I also don't want stuff to be too soft, right? I think that can be a struggle as well. I mean, I'm only using one brush for this whole painting so far, so it has a tendency to maybe get a little soft. And it's, that's a choice. I need to be aware of that. That's something else we talked about today, and I struggle with that a bit. Is like realizing that my habits are actually just that, and that I actually do have a choice about what my habits are. And so, like, me using a single brush the whole time, like, I do have a choice. I can change it up. I don't know if anyone else ever feels like that. Like, oh, I forget that I have that choice, and I can make things harder and softer here and there if I want. I kind of feel like I'm not vibing with the depth in here, really. Something's funky, and I don't know what it is. This is probably one of those things that I'll look at, and I'll be like, I know exactly what it is tomorrow. Tomorrow I'll be able to know.
Maybe it's scale, maybe it's perspective, maybe it's something. Could be any number of things. You know what I'm really liking is that because these are similar architecture to that other thing that we painted, I really like that this is, that it's a different, like, biome, right? This is like a foresty area. I really like that. To me, it makes it feel like it's part of the same universe, but also it's a different, like, you know, if it was a Magic the Gathering land, right, this would be a different color of land than this one, right? Or maybe not. I mean, they're probably pretty close. This feels like, what, Plains Forest, right? So white, green, maybe. And this would be, I mean, green, also green, white. Maybe not. Maybe these are both like the same vibe a little bit. This could almost be like, not swamp though. It doesn't have the vibe of swamp, right? If I made this much more like gray, jungle-ish, yeah, I'm thinking like Magic the Gathering. If I were to do like more overcast and maybe put some like pools of reflections in here, like this, I could almost get away with like a foresty swamp, but with like these flowering, you know, flowering swamp type stuff. But the sky is not good for that vibe, right? This would not be. This image doesn't read swamp; it reads desert, you know, somehow like a dry jungle. So maybe it's like red. This would be like red green. I feel like, instead of, if we're talking like Magic the Gathering color pie, this feels like a dried out jungle, right? So jungle being green, red being sort of like deserty, like rocky mountainous, rocky, dry, right? And so that's kind of what this would give me a sense of. Also, it's on a hill, like there's a distinct hill back here, but anyway. So yeah, I could see this almost, but again, this is if this were like an actual painting, right? Not that I get commissioned for Magic the Gathering, but if this were, this image would not work, I think, for any of the two color pies. I'd have to, like, I mean, it also depends on the set, right? Because you design for the world or the planes that you're in. But whereas this one, I think, could in some theory feel like a forest / plains. For sure a plains, right? Maybe not forest. Maybe a bit of forest. But anyway. Looks like eggs giving me down. Yeah, they do look like a little bit like eggs. Yeah, a little bit egg-shaped. Could put little, like, tippy-top things on them. Intricate egg tip-tops. Tip-top. Looks like you're watching Rom the Forest. What does that mean? Oh, Rome? Roam the Forest? Oh, watching from the forest. Yeah. Like yeah, I see what you're saying. Yep. We're kind of in it. Yeah, I could see that. In the previous painting? Yeah, we're kind of on the edge, right? Yeah, the forest edge probably. Like back here there would be more trees, or we're coming into this area out of like, yeah. Yeah, like whatever this is, right? This is where we are, and we're coming out of this area into a little clearing. Right? Because we also have the forest back here where it's like very clearly there's tall forest, but this is just tucked away and it's a little forest clearing with wildflowers. Okay, this one's obviously way loose, right? I mean, if we zoom in here, like this is compared to this one, like I mean, this is still very blurry and when you zoom in, but
But this one is the level of detail on this right here. Full painting the size of my screen. And I zoom in to like 10% or whatever this is, right? And this is still has detail, right? We do that here. Here's the whole painting of my screen. Oh, at the top of my screen, right? This is 10% or whatever. And we zoom, like, there's nothing there. I mean, this is, I picked the most detailed spot, but like, you know, there's none of this stuff anywhere in here is detailed, right? And so this, you know, this painting is just, it's very impressionistic, which is fine, because that's what I like. Little jungle path, though. Jungle path of an old civilization. Maybe not even old. Maybe it's current. But yeah. There's... What about some clouds up here? Kind of guiding our eye back in. Trying to keep it centered. Love the style. Also, correct me if I'm wrong, but might be so bright that you'll lose details. Might be so bright that you lose details. Where at? Oh, you mean in here? Oh no, I wouldn't detail in the light. No, I wouldn't detail in the light. Is that what you're saying? Or are you saying in this painting? No, I would detail on the edge of light. The buildings? Oh, no, I don't think so. No. This is, I mean, this is also just far away. You wouldn't actually want to detail this. That was a bad example. This is so far away that you just wouldn't see it. So you'd probably want it a little softer or looser or implied. But up here, yeah. And typically when I do detailing, it's on the edge, right? So it's like, if I have a shape that's cutting into here, this is where the detail is, right? I'm not going to detail in the light, right? I might put some details in the shadows, especially if there's like a high contrast, like a, you know, a glowy rune in here or something, right? Some sort of something that's going to very clearly stand out. Like, imagine these leaves have like a filigree type thing on them where there's patterns and shapes and, you know, like that would be a spot where, yeah, sure, I could detail because there's a literally clear light, right? And that could look kind of nice if I did that to every single leaf where there's just like floral patterns. Can you imagine? That would be, oh, that was, oh, wrong layer. Oh no. Oh no, undo. New layer. So yeah, like having things like this where there's like little floral patterns on all the leaves. Like that would look cool. And I always like stuff like that because it's like kind of inspired by Chikuri, to be honest. You know, her line work and or her shapes that she does. But anyway. That would be a super relevant way to do it though on these areas because this is you would see that the shininess from the sky. But yeah, okay, so here's this. I'm just gonna crop it. Oops, not here. Zoom in, I'm gonna crop. Because I'm gonna be done for the day. So thank you all for hanging out. I really appreciate it. Now I could get a second look at it and see if I like it. I think I like some of it. I still am not totally sure about this line here. It's a little bit weird. I almost feel like I should have a path jetting out up there. But yeah. I don't know if it's a word in English, but I'm really
contemplative type of guy, so I like when there's a few interesting details. Yeah, that's something that I'm not probably great at, but I do think, yeah, that's something that I like a lot in my paintings, and I've been more and more as I paint is if we're detailing, putting lots of variety, but not necessarily everything being detailed, right? It could just, it's more of like Easter egg hunts, or there's this idea, I don't do this very well or even intentionally half the time. I've done it with a few paintings, but there's this idea where like if you were to break up your painting, so you know, there's the rule again, this is not a strict thing, so please don't pretend that this is like a rule to follow. But okay, you know how you have like the rules of thirds, right? Oftentimes you have focal points on, you know, sort of asymmetrically on your painting, but there's also an idea that if you were to subdivide your painting just into little mini paintings, right? If this were its own painting, that you can make your own little compositions in here that are still interesting in its own right. It doesn't have to tell a story, right? Because, again, this isn't the whole painting, right? But you can still have interesting little details and hierarchies, and it could still be pleasing, right? You could still have nice shapes. Or if you were to go in, you know, to this one, again, it may not be a full story, but you could still have a variety of shapes and brushwork and interesting things. So it doesn't matter where you look, you know, or maybe this is your painting, right? You have a mini one here. It's still kind of big, but like maybe you have some additional focal point. Again, it doesn't have to be a full story, but just interests, right? Lots of little points of interests. But again, they're gonna blend in. So like if you have, you know, in the grand scheme of things, this is a point of contrast. But if this was my entire painting, this is now my point of contrast. Compared to this, it's nothing, right? This is not this is not a focal point. It's not going to read as one here, but it could be if you wanted, you know, it's like a secondary focal point in this composition. Now, I don't know how religiously I would stick to that rule, but it is something to think about and sort of, you know, wherever you look in the painting, there's interesting things to find. You still, you know, your big composition is still the most important with your, you know, big lights and darks, and like that's the most important thing. But beyond that, you know, you can give your viewer little treats in the shadows and stuff. So I like that stuff. It's I tried to do it in this paint. Let me find it. I tried to do that in this painting a little bit. That's not the painting. That's not finished. Hold on. Let me find. Where's the final? This one. So I tried to do it in this one a little bit. Where like you obviously have the main story, right? You have like these people here, but there's also like, you know, little things back here that are kind of interesting, or like this could be its own painting, right? Like this zoom in. Or, you know, this could be its own painting. Like, you know, there's a little path and there's some rocks, or like there's just stuff, right? Places. You could kind of zoom in and it almost would work. That's something that I tried to do, where no matter where you are, there's little, I don't know, just stuff, right? I don't know. I don't think I did it super well. Obvious. Also, this anatomy is oh my goodness, what is happening here? Uh, but it's one of those things where, you know, you could treat this as a whole painting, right? Or you could treat this as a whole painting. But it's not. This is the whole, you know. Anyway, so that's something that I was conscious of. I didn't, again, I'm not big on rules of composition, like it must be divided into thirds, and screw that stuff. Like if it looks good, it looks good, you know. But in terms of like the concept of variety and adding interesting points here and there, I do believe that quite a bit, right? I think
I don't know. It's also just something that I like. I like in paintings where the longer you look at it, the more interesting stuff there is, right? I think the opposite, and pardon me for going on a mini AI rant, is when at first blush it looks good, but the longer you look, the worse it gets, right? I want it to be cooler the longer you look, right? I want you to find things that are interesting. Oh, look at that little thing, right? There's a little guy down here pointing at the big guy. You know, like, oh, I didn't notice this the first time around. That's or you know, if it's like a big painting, again, I don't always do this. I probably didn't do it in this painting. But like, oh, these patterns are represented up here, or you know, this character is a recurring character or something like, oh, this character is an elf and this is an elven architecture. Maybe like, again, I didn't really do it in this painting, but that's kind of the goal, I think, with that kind of reasoning where you make everything interesting, because you're sort of doing the opposite that a lot of AI art does, right? Again, it's not because of that, obviously. This concept existed long before. But yeah, I think if you're looking at a painting and you want to dive in deep, you should be treated for your effort, right? That's my personal painting philosophy, kind of, and yeah, it's something I'd like to achieve more in my finished work. But this is not a finished work. This is a one-day stream painting. Thank you for hanging out. I really appreciate it. As always, you can find me on all the places. YouTube, Patreon. If you'd like to support me further, you can. Also, speaking of which, I need to make an update. I'm gonna do like I'm gonna do like a walkthrough of my latest commission piece of like process and thoughts and stuff. So yeah, that's probably, I need to make a post on Patreon. Also, I have I'm not really trying to say, I'm so bad at self-pro. Okay, anyway, if you guys care to support me in any additional ways, there's ways to do it. Otherwise, let's go raid somebody and say hello to people. Who's online? So yeah, I appreciate it. Thanks for being here. I stream 3 days a week, Mondays, which is today, Thursdays, and Saturdays. Mondays, Thursdays, Saturdays. See y'all.